From DuckDuckGo, a private search engine and browser, DuckDuckGo believes AI should be optional and private. Now with Duck.ai, users can chat privately with AI. Learn more at Duck.ai. And from the Public Welfare Foundation.
Local issues, national headlines, and your perspectives. Join us for Boston Public Radio with Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan. Coming up next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you and members of the GBH Champions and Beacon Circles. These most generous annual contributors lead the way in sustaining GBH as a public media resource available and free to all. Learn more at gbh.org/support.
As the New Horizons spacecraft zooms toward an object 4 billion miles from Earth, what will they find past Pluto's icy surface? Find out on Nova, Pluto, and Beyond, tomorrow at 9 on GBH2.
Adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities face some of the highest unemployment rates in the workforce. In Haverhill, one nonprofit is trying to change that through food.
There is a candidate pool of people that are very skilled and reliable, and we overlook that a lot of times.
From a training kitchen to a new downtown cafe, meet the people proving what they're capable of. You can find the rest of that story online at gbhnews.org.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Braude, head on BPR and GBH and NEPM live from the library. As of Monday, the Massachusetts Lottery is now online. So instead of going to your local 7-Eleven, you can lose all your money sitting on your couch in your underwear. Is that a good idea or a bad one? Call or text. Then it's NBC Sports Boston's Trenni Casey on LeBron's new gig, and Dropkick Murphys frontman Ken Casey will zoom in as he and his band tour Europe.
I'm Marjorie Egan. In the second hour, it's CNN's John King and the New York Times TV critic James Poniewozik on the TV shows we should all be binging. Then we go bananas with an ode to the elongated tropical fruit. The New York Times declares they could be the new pumpkin spice flavor of the year. Do you agree? And what do bananas mean in your life? And you're worried about their future? Call or text on Banana Public Radio, live from the Boston Public Library.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Janine Herbst. A ceremony honoring the late Senator Lindsey Graham with music, prayers, and speeches is wrapping up at the U.S. Capitol. Senate Majority Leader John Thune told those gathered his heart is heavy and that he feels Graham's absence daily. Vice President Vance also remembered Graham.
It was impossible not to like him. That swashbuckling, infectious laugh, that attitude, that passion that so many others have talked about. Lindsey Graham was impossible not to like as a human being and, of course, as a United States Senator.
Meanwhile, President Trump met with Ukrainian President Zelensky at the White House this morning and is set to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu this hour. Both men are in town for Graham's funeral this afternoon at the National Cathedral. French officials have evacuated an additional 4,000 people from tourist sites on the Atlantic coast as firefighters continue to battle wildfires. NPR's Eleanor Beardsley reports they're bracing as a fourth heat wave hits Europe.
The precautionary evacuation order covered campsites, holiday villages, tourist residences, and leisure parks in the Gironde region southwest of the city of Bordeaux. Fires in France and Spain have forced around 330,000 people to evacuate over the last week. Firefighters say the French blaze is stabilized but could take off again as temperatures are expected to soar above 100 degrees Fahrenheit by Wednesday. The European Union's Copernicus Climate Service and the World Meteorological Organization say Europe is the world's fastest warming continent, heating at more than twice the global average. Eleanor Beardsley, NPR News, Saumur-en-Auxois, France.
It's already been a record year for Cyclospora, the diarrhea-causing parasite that's expected to sicken thousands more. As NPR's Yuki Noguchi reports, it comes amid deep cuts to public health.
For money to handle outbreaks and food safety, states rely mostly on grants from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the Food and Drug Administration. The Trump administration's cuts to federal agencies slashed those grants. Sarah Sorsher is Regulatory Affairs Director for the Center for Science in the Public Interest.
Delays, lack of clarity, just time to solving problems are all symptoms of this broader issue that particular state and local public health departments are in crisis.
Many states have cut staff who investigate outbreaks, she says, leading to consumer confusion about which foods are safe to eat. Yuki Noguchi, NPR News.
In southern Japan, dozens are injured after a magnitude 6.8 earthquake struck the Kumamoto region, bringing down bridges and buildings and trapping people in a collapsed shopping center. Dozens of aftershocks are also hitting the area. This comes 10 years after a quake hit the same area, killing more than 270 people. This is NPR.
Good morning. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. For the first time in 45 years, the Pan Mass Challenge has a new starting line, and it's Woo Town. The bike-a-thon will start at the College of the Holy Cross in Worcester this Saturday, August 1st. Since 1981, the challenge has started in Sturbridge, 22 miles west of Worcester. And from this year forward, the second largest city in Massachusetts will be where bikers begin their ride from Worcester to Bourne. Officials say no roads will be closed in Worcester for the event. Meanwhile, a spokesperson for Worcester Police Department says impacts to traffic should be minimal as the beginning of the race takes place from 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. on Saturday. And the CEO and founder of one of the largest public relations firms in Massachusetts is stepping back from his day-to-day duties. So several sources report that George Regan founded the Regan Communications Group over 40 years ago. He says just because he's reducing his day-to-day duties, it doesn't mean he's leaving the company. Quite the contrary. He says he'll be heavily involved as its chairman. In sports, the Red Sox and A's are back at it for Game 2 of their series tonight in California. First pitch is at 9:40. And in the forecast, it's going to be a wet few days. Cloudy today, rain tonight, high about 80 degrees. Rain heavy at times tomorrow. We could see some heavy downpours with high about 71. And that rain will continue into Thursday, high only in the 60s. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Lilly Endowment, a private foundation supporting NPR's coverage of religion and spirituality, and Jarl and Pamela Mohn, focusing on civil liberties, foster youth, public radio, and the arts.
Welcome to BPR on GBH and NEPM. Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan. We are broadcasting live from the Boston Public Library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. This is, of course, day 2 of the story all of America, and particularly all of Boston, is talking about. Jim Braude has shaved his head, and we're still taking texts, and people are very involved in the story, Jim. Tomorrow we're going to be back at the Boston Public Library. That will be our first question to the governor.
I hope
what
so.
she thinks of your shaved head. She's
so.
going to be with us from 11 to noon. And on August 11th, the Attorney General will be with us also here at the Boston Public Library. Good morning.
Hi, Marjorie. How are you? Nice to see you. So on Monday, I'm going to move on. On Monday, the Massachusetts Lottery moved into the digital age. You can now buy scratch tickets online and play Powerball and Mega Millions. Much easier to lose your paycheck from the comforts of your home. There are also something like 20-plus slot machine-style instant games on the app. Players can bet between 50 cents and $50 per play. The proceeds, officials say, will go toward funding early child education and child care. Governor Healy, way back in 2023, told us here in Boston Public Radio she supported the push for online gambling as a way to compete with private entities like DraftKings. Here's Healy.
To hear this, Jim, but I do. We have casinos in the state. We also have DraftKings here in the state, and a lot of money is being spent there by a lot of people. And what we also have is a lottery system that right now isn't able to compete against a DraftKings. And nothing against DraftKings, but the lottery, that's money coming back to cities and towns. The money spent on DraftKings is going to DraftKings.
By the way, we swallowed the beginning of what the governor said. She says, you're going to be shocked to hear this, Jim. And I think we both were, actually. We want to know what you think. Give us a call or a text at 877-301-8970. There are some guardrails to protect us against gambling abuse. I'd say not nearly enough. Like pop-up notices every 30 minutes so people are aware of how long they've been playing. Self-set a cool-off period. I mean, people have gambling problems. They're not going to self-set anything that bars them from betting for a 6-month period. Is that enough? Should we have even gone down this road? It feels like our state government has decided, yet again, to rely on people gambling away their wages rather than, if we need money, raising it equitably through some sort of fair taxation. The number is 877-301-8970. Can I get on my high horse for a minute?
Get on your high horse.
This is one of the few subjects I actually know a lot about.
I know. You've written many brilliant pieces about this.
I have.
In the Globe.
I wrote a brilliant piece more than a decade ago, which I'm going to quote from my favorite person. That would be me. A couple of things. Margaret, here's a quiz for you. I know you hate quizzes.
I do.
What state spends more per capita on the lottery by far than any other state?
Oh, we do.
Massachusetts.
Yes,
that would be right.
I do know that.
And in this piece
I think
I
that
wrote
was
for
in
the
your
Globe,
piece.
it was, and it's more than a decade ago, but things haven't changed. Listen to these stats about the lottery, which we're now expanding, so it's easier to play the lottery, which by definition is successful only if you lose money. In Chelsea, the per capita income is $15,000. The average person in Chelsea spends almost 10% of that on the lottery. In Weston, where the per capita income is a mere $260,000, obviously a lot more now, the average resident spends $44. The point is, poor people disproportionately play the lottery, so the decision was made by the state to have poor people fund whatever they say, childhood education and child care. I understand the governor's arguments and the treasurer's arguments about, you got to compete with DraftKings. It's a disgrace. If they need money, they should decide to have the courage to say to the public, we need money for child care and childhood education, so we're going to raise taxes fairly rather than preying on poor people. 877-301-8970. I'm afraid to even ask. How do you feel about this? Go ahead.
Well, first of all, I should say that there have been a lot of texts
about my head. Okay, go ahead.
Did you guys hear about the new lottery ticket? Costs $50. The first prize is a complete hair transplant.
That's funny.
There you go.
That's fabulous.
And another texter, Janet, wants to know, did anyone mention Wilbur yesterday? Okay. The greatest shaved
head. He died about 120 years ago, and that's why nobody mentioned him. Okay, do you want to comment on this?
Okay, one more thing. This is day 2.
Sure, keep reading these all day. Go ahead, it's fine. That's fine. In fact, Jamie, just cancel all the guests, and we'll read the text about my head.
Day Q of Cue Ball Watch.
Okay, Cue Ball Watch. That's funny. No, a lot of people laughing. You can see they're really finding it amusing.
Okay.
Can you pull yourself together and respond to this?
I am generally more of a libertarian on these things than you are. I am suspicious that the money will go to child care as claimed. I mean, lots of times they're going to put money to things and then suddenly, mysteriously, it gets changed at the last minute. I think what you have here is these stories.
Who plays the lottery, Marjorie? Poor people. And you know what the legislature is unwilling to do? When Mayor Wu and people like Mayor Wu say, let's have a real estate transfer tax on homes more than $1 or $2 million, that we can't do. It would affect wealthy people, but we can expand the lottery so the poor people gamble away more of their money.
Jim, but these stories about claim that one of the things that's happening with sports betting is drawing in more young, college-educated men who had largely stayed out of traditional gambling. So the audience is changing.
Sports gambling is totally different from the lottery. No, just totally different from the lottery, and that's what they expanded. They expanded the lottery.
Right, but the issue, we're talking about sports betting today, too, are we not? Isn't that what we're talking about?
Who wrote this is Zoe. Listen to this. Just downloaded the app. At 11:10, I started playing the Mighty Mustang game.
Yep.
By 11:11, that's 1 minute, I had lost all $50 of the demo balance that you start with in the game mode before you actually switch to playing with real money. So it's a good thing. 877-301-8970.
What these stories say is the problem gamblers are among 5%, about 5% of the people. But what is disturbing is it's kind of like drinking. Most people are not alcoholics; they drink responsibly. But what's creepy about these stories is that they point out that these companies go after these people that are
95% of the money comes from the poorest 5%. And Marjorie, you know what the difference is between that you say the drinking thing. If you want to drink, there's not like something else to do that fills that need in your life. There is something else they can do to raise money, is, again, raise taxes equitably, but they don't have the courage to say to the people of the state, we need money. So what they do instead is they pretend all this gaming stuff, they like to call it gaming, by the way, rather than gambling, is voluntary. It's voluntary probably for you and me. It's not voluntary for a low-income person who's struggling, who is hoping they're going to hit the jackpot on the lottery. It's a horrible idea. 877-301-8970. Maybe you think it's a good idea because it's allegedly going to fund childhood education and child care, so give us a call.
Well, one last thing. I think if we wait for the legislature to actually fund child care, we'll be waiting forever. We talk about that constantly. The legislature doesn't do anything, so there is one upside to this whole thing. But again, we got to differentiate between sports gambling, sitting around on your phone and doing these things, and being able to gamble on all these sports games, which is different than the plain old lottery.
This is the state deciding to expand the lottery. This is a good text from an anonymous texter. One important part that I think gets missed is the amount of underage gambling that's happening now. I'm a high school teacher, and there are many students who are making bets on these platforms through older siblings, friends, and even their parents. We're creating a generation of gambling addicts. You know what also I don't know the answer to? You can, I'm 90% sure you can go buy a lottery ticket if you're 18. You can only do at
21.
home 21.
Right.
How do they verify that you're
I don't know.
21 years
Probably
old?
not. It doesn't seem to work in general. They try to verify people's
Well, even
ages.
if it does work, you get your older brother or your friend who is 21 to
well, it's
do
like
it, as
getting
that
the guy
texter said.
outside the liquor store to buy a beer when you're under 21. 877-301-8970.
Nobody's calling. You know why? Because they're
Why?
too busy gambling. That's why. They can't call and gamble their money away at the same time.
Well, John says for online gambling, I don't need that to lose all my money on my couch. I already have DoorDash and Uber Eats.
Yeah.
That's a good one. But the gambling from the phone is kind of scary, and I've heard about the young people gambling more, like I said before, the kids in college that are gambling more, that they're attracted to. That's kind of scary.
Sports gambling. I'm not defending it. I don't like it either, by the way. But this is the government, our government, deciding how to raise money. You keep bringing up stuff that's private sector stuff. I'm not crazy about it, by the way. But it's Draftkings is a private sector thing. They can do whatever they want, and hopefully people won't overdo it. The state has decided. I want to repeat what I said before. But this is all a couple of years ago, but I'm sure it hasn't changed. We spent more per capita, let me put it another way, lost more money per capita on the lottery than the second largest contributor by a factor of almost 100%. I think District of Columbia was number 2. And we're here, and they're here because we have been trained in this state to be deeply reliant on gambling to fund our government, and to me, it's a real serious problem. 877-301-8970.
Joel, Connecticut
I
wants
knew
to
you were
know.
going to read this. Go ahead.
If you will let people rub your head for luck if they choose to play the online games.
Okay, that's good. Now, here's a quiz for you, Marjorie, that I think you'll like. Who was the President of the United States who, any time a military person walked into the Oval Office with a bald head, would rub that person's head? Who was that?
Oh, is it W. Bush?
George W. Bush.
Yeah.
Very good.
Okay. We still don't have anybody calling.
No, we do. Now they're finally
people
calling.
Aren't concerned about this, I
No,
guess.
because they already placed their bets. They've lost their money. They have nothing else to do. So, Christoph in Westfield, how much money are you going to lose on online lottery?
Absolutely none.
Good.
I'm actually the man-free wearing professor on the west side of the state who called a couple weeks ago.
Oh, great.
But I just wanted to call and tell you, I am dead set against this. It's stupid for the state to do this. I had a student of mine who expressed in class how much he loved gambling, and then at the end of the last academic year, I asked him if he was what he was taking in the fall, and he said he's not going back because he lost all of his tuition gambling.
Great.
Oh, that's
Good.
terrible.
Good.
So, yeah.
Well, I'm with you, Christoph. Thanks for the call. Call us again. 877-301-8970 is the number.
I mean, the ease of which you can do this is really kind of...
That is the whole point. And by the way, their argument is technically true. What both, I believe the Treasurer Goldberg told us, and obviously what Governor Healy told us in 2023, if you want to stay competitive with DraftKings, that's fine. But maybe we shouldn't be competitive with DraftKings. Maybe we should be finding other ways that, again, are more equitable to raise money if we need it. I mean, I'm surprised you're not. This is purely a function of the cowardice of the legislature.
Well, I know.
Because they don't have the courage to go out and say, yes, we are raising
I know,
taxes.
but look what we had to
need it.
do. I know, but look what we had to do for education and transportation. We had to have the millionaires tax so we could get more funding for
By the way,
education
we did
and
that.
transportation.
The legislature did not
exactly.
do it. The voters
They didn't
did
do it. Why do we have, how many ballot questions do we have?
9.
This fall, 9. We have 9 ballot questions. Why do we have 9 ballot questions?
Because the legislature, to quote in my piece by the Secretary of State, because the legislature does nothing.
Well, exactly. And I think people are in a crisis right now about child care. They're in a crisis about rent and trying to buy a home. Mortgage rates going to go up again, apparently. They can't afford groceries. We're going to talk about bananas. Thank God bananas are still pretty cheap at the end of the show. But, I mean, this is a crisis right now. If you wait to the legislature, your kids will be 21 before they do anything about it.
By the way, a lot of people are complaining you're not addressing the issue, and I want to defend my co-host. The reason she's not addressing the issue, the reflection off my head is so blinding that she cannot read her notes. So it's not her fault. That's why she is not participating in this. Robert, you're in Woodstock, Connecticut. Welcome to the show. Hi.
How you doing?
We're well. Thank you for asking. What's up?
So I grew up in Chicago, and they called gambling a tax on the stupid.
Exactly. That's it?
And then worse than that is ask Marjorie about the Catholic Church and bingo.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Well, you just did. Ask her.
Yeah, they were making all their money to pay off those lawsuits
sex
over sex
violence
abuse.
stuff.
But
Exactly.
the money's from yeah.
They're no different than the government. They're not willing to do the right thing. And if you look at the numbers, in the 60s, when you played the numbers with the mob, you had a higher rate of return, better odds of winning than any state lottery around.
Yeah, Robert, thank you for your call. That reminds me of something. Whenever you ask the treasurer or anybody else who supports the lottery about the lottery, what they say is they return, and I assume it's true, a greater share of the lottery dollar that's bet to cities and towns, which is where most of the money goes. Do you know what it takes to send $1 billion a year to cities and towns through the lottery? You know what has to happen? The people who live here have to lose $1 billion a year so that the money can go to cities and towns. It's always what they spend on, not where the money comes from.
Anonymous texter wants to know, what if all the proceeds went to math classes so people can understand how they will likely lose a lot of money? Amber in Worcester, though, she says, I'm absolutely going to continue going down to my locally owned gas station to buy her tickets. The owners have a dog there I adore, and if I win big, I want them to have a cut.
By the way,
that's
the
one of the
little
things
retail,
are going to get
upset
hurt
about it too,
by
yeah.
this. Yeah, because people aren't going to come into the stores and stand in line for a long time. You can get behind someone who's buying like 17 lottery tickets. That's always fun.
Julie
in Canton. Hi, Julie.
Hello, Julie.
Hi there.
Hey.
Jim, I agree with you 100%.
Good.
And there is a bill that's currently in the Senate, Bill 2988. Senator Feeney is sponsoring it, and it has a comprehensive financial education program for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, including a standalone semester course that would be required as a graduation requirement. So if we're going to have all this access to mess with our money, then we really need to educate the students and the families and individuals in the Commonwealth.
Julie, don't go away. I didn't know anything about this. So if this were to happen, there'd be a mandate or a mandate that part of the curriculum locally would be some sort of financial education for, high school kids or something?
Yes, the bill is more comprehensive than that, but Senator Feeney is very attuned to the fact in the research that this mandated standalone semester-long class has actual statistics that saves an individual $125,000 in financial mistakes throughout their lifetime. Massachusetts would be the 31st state if Senate Bill 2988 were passed to mandate this class. It is so essential for our students.
Well, we're going to check it out. Julie, thanks.
I hate to be
Appreciate
cynical,
that.
Julie, but what we're talking about is how they never mandate anything that they're supposed to be mandating.
Very few
this
things
horse
they mandate.
thing that I don't really understand, that these slot betting on horse races, I mean, they're getting criticized in the Globe for not going about it the right way. And
Well, it
going
sounds
through
like a
loophole.
special deal for one particular person, right?
Well, it does, but that particular person might not be happy about Julie's particular efforts to...
Who cares?
Because they won't pass
Oh, you mean
it.
they won't do it?
Yes. Yes, I mean, we have a real crisis here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and I think people don't really seem to care about it very much. We have a legislature who doesn't do what people want them to do. I mean, we have that.
They do some things that people want to do, not many.
Like what?
No, they do. I mean,
they're very, very powerful. It's so crazy.
Well, they may do this abortion thing. We talked to the doctor and the advocate yesterday. The House did it. The Senate has to act by Friday.
They might do that.
And then there's a conference committee. They might do that.
But you know what's interesting? They have to act by Friday. Everything has to happen by Friday, which is July 31st.
Why is that, Marjorie?
Because they don't do anything the whole year.
Why? Right. They have a 5-month vacation.
That's right.
And there are new rules, in fairness to the legislature. In the old days, up until I think last year, if they didn't do stuff by July 31st because they got to go home and do their reelection, even though virtually none of them are facing an opponent, because very few Republicans are running. In the old days, you needed a unanimous vote to do anything. To their credit, this is small. If a bill makes it to a conference committee, meaning the House and the Senate have both approved at least some version of the same concept, then as long as it's in that conference committee, I think by Friday at midnight or Friday at something, then they can treat it like a normal piece of legislation come August, September, through the end of the year.
Well, one last thing about the legislature.
You can say whatever you want.
What is really sad is that when cities and towns want to do something that their city or town really needs, I mean, Mayor Wu is constantly talking about rent control or some kind of housing problem in Boston, or liquor licenses or anything, you can't do it.
Well, do you not find it interesting? I brought up, that's Article 89 of the Constitution, which I read for the first time a few weeks ago.
God, wow, I'm impressed.
No, it's only because I read it too. I had no idea what it was until 2 weeks ago.
Article 89.
When I brought it up with Mayor Wu about whether she would lead other local officials in an effort to change the Constitution to get rid of that language so cities and towns could make their own decisions about whatever they want. It doesn't matter whether they're right or wrong. If you elected these people to lead your community, they should be able to make decisions. If you don't like it, vote for somebody else. She was not wildly enthusiastic.
Well, why do you think she might not be wildly
I don't
enthusiastic?
Know why.
Well, one of my theories is she needs to deal with the legislature as it is,
She's
and
pretty
doesn't
tough
want
on them.
but doesn't want to antagonize them any further.
I think she has been willing here, to her credit, I think, to criticize the legislature, which I think takes some you-know-whats,
And they can make your life very miserable if you're a mayor or a selectman trying to do something.
But it hasn't stopped her from saying that they have been unkind to the issues of that matter to the people of Boston.
Stephanie in Tingsboro, thank you for calling.
Hi, Stephanie.
Hi. Hold on a second. I use speakerphone.
Thanks.
I remember reading something 30, 40 years ago that said like 5% of people who are gambling addicts are actually very depressed, and that when they gamble, it brings them up to like a, quote, normal level of living. You know, when I gamble, and I very rarely do it, but I get like really hyper and, oh my God, I could lose some money on this. And they just act normal. And I know two people from my past, and my ex-boyfriend's brother, and it's definitely genetic because his grandfather was like this, and that his father had stories about them leaving in the middle of the night to get away from the men who would break their legs or whatever to get their money. And we shouldn't have this. And when you do have a gambler who is like really hardcore, they should be evaluated to see whether or not, you know, something that might bring up their dopamine or their serotonin or whatever level. And I remember Gene, you know, he's long gone, but he would lie around doing nothing all day. As soon as you played a game of cards, suddenly it was like the life of the party.
Well, that's a really sad story,
Well, you
but
know-
it's not atypical. Stephanie, thanks for sharing that. We appreciate it.
On a side note, one of the things that may be helpful to people like this, and also people with drinking problems or people with shopping problems, is those weight loss drugs. I mean, there's been a lot of research
GLP-1s,
into that people that they're not just about losing weight; they're about controlling your appetites for different things,
All kinds
whether
of
it's shopping
addiction.
or
You're right,
liquor
right.
or gambling or other kind of addictions, which would be pretty exciting if that could happen, Jim.
Yeah, it can. And in the meantime, the legislature should maybe act responsibly and not, I'm serious, and not continue to expand gambling opportunities for people in Massachusetts.
And you know what else is difficult? Like the mayor, politicians have to be careful. Healy's got to be careful. The attorney general's got to be careful. You don't want to really tick off the legislature because they can retaliate.
I hear you, but you have to listen carefully to Mayor Wu. There are a lot of politicians who follow the course that you're mentioning and don't take the risk of alienating a legislature that, you know, behind the scenes they're not crazy about. Wu has had the courage to take him on. And by the way, I think one of the reasons she hasn't done well with him is because she does have the courage to take him on.
Exactly.
Yeah, I
That's
know.
my point.
Yeah.
There's that very reasonable thing, that transfer tax, which would have been a very reasonable
I just said
thing.
the real estate transfer tax.
Yeah, what happened to that?
Not going anywhere.
Exactly.
You know why? Because we can expand gambling to your couch.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, we're going to talk about this with the governor tomorrow and see what she thinks.
Okay, we're going to talk with Trenni Casey up next. She's going to talk about LeBron James switching teams, Trump not liking LeBron James, the commissioner of the WNBA in trouble, and another story about Bill Belichick down in North Carolina. This is Boston Public Radio, 89.7 GBH. We are broadcasting live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. And we'll be right back.
I'm Jared Bowen. Coming up on The Culture Show, Laurie Anderson. For more than half a century, she has transformed America's anxieties about technology, power, and truth into music, film, and unforgettable performance. This summer, she brings her singular imagination to the Berkshires, including a Tanglewood debut, with work that moves from Amelia Earhart and Lou Reed to the stories America tells about freedom. That and more on The Culture Show today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Cambridge Trust, a division of Eastern Bank, offering business and personal wealth management and private banking services, investing more than $240 million in local communities since 1994. More at cambridgetrust.com. And Heights Crossing, an assisted living and memory support community offering residents experiences aimed at promoting independence, inspiring curiosity, and encouraging connection with others. More at heightscrossing.com.
Welcome back to BPR, GBH, and NEPM. Marjorie Egan and Jim Browdy. We're live at the library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Tomorrow at the library, 11 to 12, Governor Healy will be with us in person. Take your questions and ours. August 11th at the library, Attorney General Andrea Joy Campbell does the same thing. Joined now live at the library by Trenni Casey, anchor and reporter for NBC Sports Boston, and a BPR contributor. Hello, Trenni.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hello, Trenni Casey. So let's start with LeBron James, one of the great basketball players of all time. Apparently, he made $53 million with the LA Lakers last season, but he's going to take a big pay cut to go to Philadelphia 76ers.
I thought I misread this headline.
Me too.
I really
Me too.
did. So LeBron James was debating whether or not he was going to retire from basketball. I believe he's like 41 or 42 somewhere. He's in his 40s by now. Obviously, he's played for a long time. He's played since he was a teenager, went right out of high school into the pros. But he has signed with the Philadelphia 76ers for 2 years, $8 million.
Yeah.
So that's $4 million a year. And the reason he's doing it is because it's kind of a funky situation. I think, like, apparently he's not going to actually live in Philly. He's going to, like, spend half his time in New York and then some of the time in Philly. Like, I think he just kind of wants to be back on the East Coast. But Philly has now put together this super team. So you've got Joel Embiid, LeBron James, Tyrese Maxey, Jaylen Brown. The Celtics traded Jaylen Brown. And some are looking at this and saying, when Brad Stevens traded Jaylen Brown to the Sixers, that opened the door for LeBron to go there because it happened quickly and they knew what the money was going to be. And he looks at that and says, this could be a super team. And they could win a title, or this could be a complete disaster. Like, it is going to be fascinating television to watch.
And he wants to win. He
wants to win one more title. I mean, listen.
He's won one with every team he's played for: Cleveland, Miami, and Los Angeles.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, listen, he is a born winner. He's at the end of his career. The crazy thing is I was reading yesterday that somebody thinks he's going to play point guard. So he would not be the scorer. He would run the offense, which what I was reading would say, I don't know a ton about 76ers basketball, but that would open up this guy named Tyrese Maxey to like open up his scoring ability. And like, I mean, listen, I don't know how it's a team that's going to be incredibly difficult to defend. Right? Like they could be awesome. Like you never know with these super teams, right?
Yeah.
Like they could be unbelievable and we could watch like history. I don't know the last time the 76ers won a title. I think it's over 50 years ago in the 80s.
Yeah, I think.
And so I guess not 50, 40 some years ago. Or it could be just because like that's a lot of egos. That is a lot of egos.
Who are not huge sports fans, almost everybody knows the eternal debate is who's better, who's the greatest basketball player, Jordan. And there's a guy who knows more about sports. He actually knows more about everything than anybody on the planet. He was asked that question the other day. Here's what he had to say.
I know who this is.
Well, Michael Jordan's a guy that's a friend of mine. Play golf with him. He's a really good guy. And I think LeBron is, maybe he's a racist, but maybe he doesn't like Trump. I don't know. But I only like people that like me.
I don't know who that was, but whoever he is a total moron. And that is a real response the other day when LeBron James was traded. President of the United States, Jordan's great because he's a friend of mine. He likes me, he plays golf with me, and LeBron is a racist. And the reason he's a racist because he actually criticized Donald Trump, which is you're not allowed to do in this country anymore.
The dear leader.
Dumb as a post.
It's unbelievable. You guys, I know we know this because I was on last week, but I was back in Wisconsin. Like, guys, I just cannot believe how many people still buy the BS up there.
Yep.
Like, it is wild to me.
They do.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Do they tell you why? What he's done that they like?
Oh no! When you ask them, measurably, how is your life better? Then they always just like flip it. Like they don't. It's. You guys, I'm just so not used to it. Like, there's this guy running for governor, Tom Tiffany. Like, the ad that he's running is like, do you want men in your bathrooms? The Democrats do. And I'm like, what is happening right? It's just, it's crazy. It's like a whole different world.
Okay, so speaking of basketball, the whatever she is, the commissioner of the WNBA,
yes, she's commissioner.
Her job is at risk. And from what I understand, one of the reasons it's at risk is because Caitlin Clark is taking a lot of physical abuse, and Engelbert, is that her name?
Kathy Engelbert, yep.
Has been slow to respond to one of their key stars.
So
is that true?
It's more than just that,
it
right?
Is, okay.
Like, so Kathy Engelbert, Candace Bucknell wrote a column. She used to write for the Washington Post. She now writes for The Athletic, which is owned by the New York Times. She wrote this article about, like, there's sort of these polar opposite sides of Kathy Engelbert as the commissioner of the WNBA. On the one side, which she argues for is the most important, Kathy Engelbert has taken the WNBA and made it into a legitimate revenue source for players and ownership, right? So she's taken the WNBA and negotiated a $3 billion television deal with NBC, Disney, and I want to maybe say CBS is the third, Paramount is the third part of that. Average salaries in the NBA have gone from $130,000 a year to $600,000 a year. The problem is she's a terrible communicator. So she's not someone who, when Caitlin Clark takes a hard foul, and it happens all the time, she doesn't step in and take the lead on this and say, listen, this is one of our star players. Obviously, we want physical play, but we don't want our best player getting injured every couple of weeks.
To those of us who don't follow the WNBA, why Caitlin Clark gets physically abused on the court all the time? What's up with that?
I don't know if I'd go so far as to say physically abused, but she certainly is pushed around more than others because listen, it's racial, right? At the end of the day, the WNBA, many of the players who the league was built on, the backs of the players it was built on, are black players. Mm-hmm. And it did not take off, if we're being totally honest. The WNBA really took flight when Caitlin Clark graduated from the University of Iowa, was the number 1 overall pick, and went to the Indiana Fever. A lot of players have a problem with that. Sort of a white savior type issue. It's not an illegitimate point to bring up. It certainly is what happened. I don't know that that's Caitlin Clark's fault. Like, I don't know enough. I don't cover the league.
Don't you think her profile rising has caused the profile of so many stars who none of us ever heard of or talked about?
I agree 100%. And to me, it's like, you can't. If you want the league to have success, sometimes leagues have to have success however that comes. Whether that's, they say no publicity is bad publicity. To me, that's kind of the case. Like, you should be happy, even if you don't like the person or how it's done. And I also, listen, I don't know anything. I don't cover the league. I'm not inside. So I don't know what she is like to these other players. But
she's playing good basketball through all this?
She's playing,
Well, can I speak to that if I may?
Yeah.
I have no idea why. But in the feed I get in the morning, the news feed I get, there are a couple of sports things. I didn't request them. One of them is the highlights of Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
This kid is like Magic
She's
Johnson and Larry Bird. I mean, she is unbelievably
she's an unbelievable
talented.
shooter. She's not a great defensive player.
And a fabulous passer. I mean, it's just incredible. She's a really, really... And by the way, Obama walks up to her right before the All-Star game this past weekend. Obama was surprised everybody and went there and talked to her about, stay strong, don't give in, and continue to experience the joy. It was a nice little pep talk. He talked to all the players, but he talked to her in particular. So that was great.
Circling back, the problem is it's not just Caitlin Clark. When Caitlin Clark gets fouled, then the black players who foul her, their direct messages, their social media is filled with racism and vile things. And Kathy Engelbert has never, in this article as well, she doesn't call players. Like, if a player gets into, Candace Parker, who of course is retired from the WNBA, said when she retired from the league, she gets a Christmas present and she got a call from Adam Silver, who's the commissioner of the NBA. She got nothing from Kathy Engelbert.
Yeah.
And the thing is that they're like, while you have grown the league financially and visibly, there is still, as the commissioner of a league, there is still a responsibility to listen to your players for that feedback and like how the league is being run. Because if your players are unhappy, sooner or later that is going to affect the financial viability of it.
Yeah, she's gone, I think.
Possibly, but listen, look at Roger Goodell. A lot of players don't like Roger Goodell, but owners like him because he has made the NFL a financial behemoth.
Yeah, that's a good
and
point.
That's all that really matters at the end of the day. Who owns these teams? How much money are they making?
Okay, so Bill Belichick is kind of involved in another mess up.
Kind of. He's real involved in another mess up, Marjorie.
Okay.
Stop me if you've heard this before, but Bill Belichick is being investigated for skirting the rules, guys. So anyone who follows college sports at all, now you can pay players, right? So there's these things called NILs, which are name, image, and likeness. And the University of North Carolina, where Bill Belichick is now the head football coach, is being investigated by the College Sports Commission.
Which I never heard of.
I had honestly never heard of it until I read this article. And what they do is they take a look at violations of these NCAA payments and NIL payments. So anyone who gets paid anything over $600 has to be accounted for. And you have to have done something. Like, you can't just say, I'm doing advertising for Herb Chambers. And Herb Chambers is paying me $2.5 million a year to do these advertisements, but never do an advertisement for it. But they're writing down in their little ledger. I'm just using this. I don't know exactly what it was at the University of North Carolina. I'm sure it'll come out. So it sounds like they're being investigated for improper use of NIL money, which means most likely they're assigning guys jobs or marketing or something, but they're not doing it. Like, honest to God, it's so hard now to cheat when it comes to college sports because you can pay people whatever you want if it's there, as long as they just do like the bare minimum.
Do you know that
but here's Bill Belichick skirting the rules again.
Some of these huge college stars take pay cuts when they go into the
NFL?
pros because they're making so much
money.
But
in
wait a
college.
second, there's another thing. It's not just this NIL thing. His top number two guy.
His number two guy, Mike Lombardi, who of course was like his buddy here. So now college teams have GMs, right, to manage the payroll and take a look at what they're going to pay, give everybody in this NIL money and how they're going to recruit guys and get them from the transfer portal. Well, Mike Lombardi is under investigation and put on paid administrative leave after a human resources complaint against the GM. I don't know what it is. We don't know if it's related to, to me, HR sounds like maybe you did something you weren't supposed to an individual, but I don't know. Maybe the HR complaint is that he was running this scheme with this money, and now the College Sports Commission has got involved. That is not, the details have not come out yet. But, you know, cheater, pumpkin eater, like, always been, always will be. Like, that's just Bill Belichick.
Where's the cheerleader, the girlfriend?
Oh, my gosh.
We haven't
Marjorie,
heard from
I'm
her
glad you
in
brought
ages.
I know, we haven't heard from her. We were just talking about this yesterday.
She's famous.
Jordan has gone, like, silent all summer. I expected, like, you know, balancing on Bill's feet on a Nantucket beach, or like, you know, skipping around.
I know, we haven't
you know,
seen her.
Maybe having a last mudslide at, what is it, the gazebo when you get to Nantucket that's going away, like her, just, you know, her and Bill having one last mudslide before the college football season started. We haven't heard from her, but now I wonder if we'll hear from her after this, and she'll say, my boyfriend's not a cheater.
Yeah.
That's a very good imitation. I don't even know if it is a good imitation,
very
but
good.
it sounds great. You know, before you go, obviously World Cup was a huge success, and you're talking about the owners support Roger Goodell because he makes them mountains of money. Infantino, who is a good friend of Donald Trump's, gave him the FIFA World Peace Prize, whatever the hell it is. Cooked the books on that American player when Trump called him on the phone, which upset at least a lot of European countries. There was a preliminary vote, and more than 200 FIFA members, and I think there are only 200 and something to begin with, support his re-election. By the way, Trump wants him to be the new Secretary General of the United Nations. That's what he suggested last week. But is that 100% because he makes so much money? Because the guy obviously is crooked. I mean, that's what it is.
Well, there was also an article about how he's all upset because everybody hates him and he doesn't understand. It's like, I would love to be this oblivious to, like, reality, to not understand how my actions affect others and my words affect others. Like, the weird bubble that these Trumps and Infantinos live in of just thinking that you can say and do whatever you want and you're not going to get criticized for it. What a lovely place to live.
Yeah,
I would love whatever, like, microdosing mushrooms they're doing to feel that way, because I don't know how anyone living in reality can do that.
Well, with all the mess ups, I mean, it was great on the one hand, horrible on the other hand. He just talks about his unending joy and the grandparents and children.
There
and all
was great joy to
and
the
there was
World
also
Cup.
some terrible treatment of players from
Players,
African countries and coaches and
Iran.
There were terrible. There were countries who were support staff, referees, players were not allowed in. Iran was supposed to stay in the United States and had to commute back and forth between Mexico to here. You had fans who had visas pulled at the last minute for unknown reasons. You had sky high prices. Like, listen, the World Cup was awesome and it was so much fun, and I love that Boston hosted it. But you can, like, two things can be true at the same time.
He undercut the integrity of the game when
Yes.
Trump calls one. That doesn't matter
when you call
to these
somebody out,
countries.
like, 100, of course, I mean, it should matter. It should. But again, I think they made so much money, and
That's
like,
probably
money
true.
at the end of the day is, like, all that matters.
it was full of love, Jim.
Well, by the way, it was. I have to say, I thought even here, I thought it was going to be a disaster. Remember, the guy, the head of it, would never call us back, wouldn't whatever. I didn't appear anywhere, but the fans were the story to me.
Oh,
I mean,
like the fact
the
that, like, now I'm
enthusiasm-
seeing things
And the
about,
regular
like, the Scottish
Joe
fans
and Jane
coming back.
What's that again?
Have you seen the stories about they may start doing, like, an annual tournament
Yeah, I
here, and
did
the
see
Scots
that,
are
yeah.
going to come back? Like,
Yeah.
what a wonderful
It's great.
relationship.
That's great.
And
Yeah.
apparently also the Revs had great attendance on Saturday. I read, like, 35,000
That's
fans,
great.
and it was a great.
That's great.
And someone, one of the comments that I read, I don't often read comments, but sometimes I will on stories. A guy who was there said that it was like people were lining up to buy merchandise,
Great.
and that they mostly came with, like, Team USA and World Cup jerseys. So I think it did spark something in people to explore the sport of soccer, which is obviously what we talk about all the time.
We've been speaking with our sports authority,
to see
Trenni
you.
Casey.
Welcome
Trenni,
home.
thank you very much for coming in. After this quick break, the guy who just had Bruce Springsteen as his backup singer, the Dropkick Murphys frontman, plus an excellent BPR guest host, Ken Casey's going to be with us. He's zooming in from his European tour. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browder. You're listening to BPR, GBH, and NEPM live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
There are 26 gateway cities in Massachusetts.
And in 2026, we're going to get to know them all. But we need your help.
We want to cover what matters to you,
We want to hear what concerns you have.
what you're proud of, and what you want people to know about your community.
So if you're in a gateway city,
We want to hear from you.
Reach out to us at gbhnews.org/gateway cities.
26 in 26. That's gbhnews.org/gateway cities.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Commonwealth Shakespeare Company, presenting A Midsummer Night's Dream. This summer's free Shakespeare on the Boston Common. Shakespeare's classic comedy is transported to a neon-lit festival escape, July 22nd through August 9th. comshakes.org. And Newport Mansions, dedicated to preserving Newport, Rhode Island's architectural heritage and supporter of Bike Newport's Get There by Bike initiative, promoting sustainable transportation to area attractions. BikeNewportRI.org.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy, streaming youtube.com/GBH News. Tomorrow at the Library of the Governor. Governor Healy joins us from 11 to 12 here in person to answer your questions and ours. And August 11th, the Attorney General will do the same thing. Joining us now on Zoom from Azzano d'Acimo, I think, is that close? Yeah, Italy, is Ken Casey, Dropkick Murphys frontman as he and the band tour Europe. Here's Casey and the Dropkicks performing American Land at Monmouth University just last month. That was Ken Casey with noted backup singer Bruce Springsteen singing there too. Ken's a performer, an entrepreneur, an activist, and organizer, most importantly, a BPR fill-in host. Ken Casey, it's great to see you. Welcome.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah, great to see you.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno. That's very good.
Pronounce the city that you're in, Ken Casey. Go ahead.
Hell no. I was listening to you struggle, and I said, "My God, I'm glad I don't have to."
Yeah.
We're playing outside. A lot of these cities in the summer will put up like a summer-long stage and have like a series of concerts, and we had to stop sound check twice because funeral processions were going through town with horse and buggy and stuff. It was very
gosh.
Italian, and it's beautiful though, and it's great to be in Europe, and it's great to talk to you guys.
Well, I was wondering, when you do tour Europe, do you get a chance to actually tour? Do you get to go see any of the sites, or is it just hard work, morning, noon, and night?
I mean, some days it depends. Like we were in Zagreb, Croatia yesterday, beautiful city, and I never left the venue,
Really?
which is sad.
Yeah.
But I have on other times. It just depends on the schedule, and we don't have a lot of free time. We're usually arriving the morning of the show, and the bus is leaving for the next city that night. But after sound check, you can usually get out and see some sights.
Hey, how big are you guys in Europe?
We are massive. We do nothing but stadium. Though I could lie to you, and you wouldn't probably know though. But I will say we are bigger in Europe than we are in America, and I think a lot of that has to do with they have such a great setup for touring bands to be able to. Even going back to the earliest days when you'd be playing a small venue and you wouldn't have to get hotels. They'd say, "Oh, we'll cook your meals for you. We have some lodging upstairs," and it's just more set up to have bands build their careers. And then you have all the tremendous festivals that you can, as a live band, you can work your way up and build your fan base. Whereas in America, even the festivals there are more based on the trends, and I just think Europe is a lot. And I heard you talking about soccer before I came on, and think about a European football crowd, the way they sing along and participate. It's just that's how they are with music, and I think they still like to go out and have a good time and aren't living under the stresses of life like Americans are, who may want to go to a concert but either can't afford it. Or they can't, and a lot of these festivals are more reasonably priced because the government aids in their in the production costs and everything. Socialism, I suppose. But the quality of life just seems so much more relaxed over here.
You know, we were going to mention this a lot later, Ken Casey, but since you brought it up, you are amongst the big-time performers who endorsed, Governor Healy's going to be with us tomorrow, this cap on prices for tickets for concerts at 110%, I believe, of the face value kind of thing. This is, I assume this is a pretty big deal, no?
I mean, I think it, you know, there's still some hurdles to get through to be finalized, but of course it's a big deal. And if it's, you know, does have success in Massachusetts, it leaves states, you know, just like states have been successful in fighting Ticketmaster and Live Nation on other situations, you know, because Ticketmaster and Live Nation are still involved hand in hand with these scalpers. It's all an inside job. And we, over the course of our career, I can't tell you how many times a fan says, I can't believe you charge, you know, $100 for the ticket. And I'll say, oh, the poster's right here. We charge $45 for the ticket. And they'll say, well, I paid $100. And it's because a lot of times these scalpers are able to present themselves online as if you are buying directly from the band.
Yeah.
And people are confused. So the misleading part, because there'll always be an element of people who prefer that if they have money, they won't mind paying double the face value because they'd rather do that than have to set their alarm to be, you know, online at 10 a.m. when tickets go on sale. But you should at least know who you're buying the tickets for and what the actual face value cost is. Because, you know, the bands don't share in any of that profitability from the scalpers, you know. So we drag around, you know, 2 buses, 15 crew members, load in, load out, put in this whole show for $45. Meanwhile, the guy who's the scalper just makes double that or more right off the rip. And actually, we're one of the bands the scalpers love the most because when you have a low face value ticket price, there's more room for them to upsell it because they got it cheap in the first place. So it's disgusting. So hopefully this makes some changes.
You know,
we'll discuss with Governor Healy tomorrow what the prospects
Yeah,
is.
and for those of us who are experts on this, when you say scalpers, what are you talking about? Are you talking about StubHub, or are you talking about people out in the street trying to sell you tickets before the concert?
Yeah, no. Oh, no. I mean StubHub. People you see on the street are oftentimes just, you know, buying a dumped off ticket when someone's walking down the street and says, I have 2 extras or whatever. But I'm talking about the online stuff.
Yeah, the StubHub and the Seat Greek.
So
tell us about this this Music America, the songs that shaped us. We played you before with Springsteen doing backup. You're involved in this with him. So tell me, what is it?
Oh, they were opening a American Music Museum down in Monument, New Jersey, and it was kind of like Springsteen's archives and also just a great American music, the history of American music and roots music. And Bruce choreographed a couple of night celebration, and he asked us to come down to join him, and he played with a lot of the performers. And, you know, I mean, I don't know. He's such a regular guy that it's, in some ways, it doesn't seem like a big deal when you collaborate with Bruce because he's so normal and down to earth. But on the other hand, you know, sometimes you do like go, holy crap, I was just on stage with Bruce Springsteen, you know. But he's just, you know, but I like Bruce. As much as I've loved Bruce's music, I really respect him the most by how he carries himself as a human being. I mean, all these years in music, and he still treats people with dignity and respect. It's amazing.
You know, speaking of that, we've talked to you in the past, and people have read about how you've called out other bands, particularly other punk bands, for not standing up for what they hopefully believe in the time of Trump. We just saw this morning Rolling Stone magazine listed their 25 best anti-Trump protest songs, and not surprisingly, the Dropkick Murphys, Citizens Ice is on the list. Does that list said to me that people like you and Springsteen are having an effect on your fellow musicians, that it's trickling down and out and more people are speaking up? Is that unduly optimistic, or is that true?
You know, you can only really control what you do yourself. And I spent a bit of time trying to really encourage other musicians in my world to take the step forward to speak out, because we need to normalize that, like, this isn't okay, and it's normal and expected for you to resist what's happening. But after a while, it was starting to drag me down because people were so hesitant. I said, you know what, I'm not going to waste my energy trying to, it's like anything in life. You just got to lead by example. You do what you do. People either follow or they don't. But Dropkick Murphys knows that we're doing what's right. We believe in our hearts we're doing what's right. And we also believe that as a punk band, if you look at that Rolling Stone list, a lot of it was a lot more kumbaya style songs, and where our role in this is to be the loudest on the list and the most forceful on the list. And we're set up and built to do that.
One thing you're not is kumbaya. We're talking to Ken Casey, who's in some place in Italy with his band.
We just got a text, by the way, Ken. I was in a train station in Italy when a fellow traveler heard I was from Boston. He was overcome with delight because it was the home of the Dropkick Murphys. So there you go. Big fan and an Italian on a train
cool.
over there. But speaking of doing the right thing, before you went on
the
your
Italians
tour,
are amazing fans, very passionate.
Yeah, good. Yeah, they are. That's true. We think Italians is very passionate. Jimmy Bologna, our executive producer, he's very Italian, very passionate guy.
He is emblematic of the Italians as a whole, I'd say. Yeah, he is.
So right before you went, you visited a detention facility. I believe you spoke with a gentleman there who'd been in solitary confinement, a man from Brazil. Tell us what you saw in that center.
Well, when we were driving down to do the show with Bruce, actually, we knew we would be going, nearby to where the Delaney Detention Center is. And so we went down, and it was in the daytime. They have a setup of protesters, but also support staff with water and food, because people are, not often as they should be, but people are being released. And you also have a lot of family down there waiting for loved ones to come out. So a lot of the volunteers are there to aid and comfort the families or people when they come out. And we just happened to be there when a young man came out that was in, practically solitary confinement for 6 months because he was in a wheelchair. And they didn't want him to be seen during inspections. He was working for a company, a contractor or something, and he came down with some kind of spinal infection that caused paralysis. And it's something that could have been treated, with medication, but his boss didn't want the expenses. So I don't know if the boss called ICE or whatever, but he was grabbed by ICE shortly thereafter. And last we heard, his condition may at this point be irreversible. And he came out, and did you see, he was a young man from Brazil who came here with a legal work permit, and he was just physically emaciated. He had these drawings that he drew of like the bricks in his solitary cell, and he just talked about just the mental and physical pain he endured. And I'm just like, what are we doing here? And then, then you have this other side of America say, yeah, come here the right way. Like, I don't know who all these heartless people are, man. Like we can debate over, border restrictions and all that all we want. But when you see these individual cases of these victims who are struggling, we just did something to help a young man in Rhode Island who is Cambodian refugee, from the Khmer Rouge. He's 50 years old, and he's the sole caretaker for a nonverbal autistic son. And he had a green card, but had an arrest when he was like 20 years old. He's been no criminal record for 30 years, and they've taken him. And when we put up posts asking for people to support or call the Rhode Island governor, just the horrific things people say, most of them without even educating themselves on the details of the situation. And just I don't know. I just come from the mindset of like, I just happened to be born in America, and I'm grateful that I was. But like, who do I have? Especially these Christians that talk about God. It's like, does your God like really see a border that strict? I don't know. It's really disheartening for humanity. And I don't know if people have always been like this, but we didn't have the internet to know about it. What I really suspected is the Trump error and this mindset and this male masculinity crap has just caused people to just get more and more disgusting with their opinions and what they think they can hear from within their twisted brains.
By the way, if you want to see some of the video that Ken took of this man from Brazil, it's on their Facebook page and it is really moving. Hey, Ken, we only have a minute left. How are, as much as you've had interactions with Europeans, how are they feeling about old Donald Trump?
Oh, man, they hate Donald Trump, and I think the soccer might have done more than everything else. But, you know, he's bringing his economic woes to the whole world now, and they're disgusted by him, you know. And we say what we say about Donald Trump everywhere we go in the world, whether it's deep red southern states or whether it's a European country that we know hates Donald Trump. People need to be reminded that real Americans do not endorse this behavior. And I think it's important that the Europeans are hearing that we don't all agree with him.
Hey, Ken Casey, you're a solid soul. We really appreciate your time. Good luck with the rest of the tour. Talk to you soon.
Great guest host here on BPR. So we're hoping you're going to be back really soon. Yeah, we loved it. We loved it. And the audience loved it.
Ken.
Dropkick Murphys frontman Ken Casey over on a European tour. We say goodbye to those of you listening on NEPM, but make sure to tune in to Fabulous 413 starting at 3 this afternoon. We're going to keep going here in Boston. Up next, right after, well, actually, just in a couple of minutes, we're going to be talking with New York Times chief TV critic James Poniewozik about a lot of great television shows that we should be watching. I watched a few of them last night. They were great. I didn't even know about them. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Brady. You're listening to BPR 89.7 GBH, live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. He's also going to talk, by the way, about a book he wrote. It's been out a few years now, but it really nails the whole phenomenon of television and our president, Donald Trump.
It does.
We'll be right back with James Poniewozik from the New York Times TV critic there.
If you're a GBH sustainer and you received a new bank or credit card in the mail recently, there's an easy way to update your information. Just visit gbh.org/update and keep your membership up to date. That's gbh.org/update.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Smith College Museum of Art in Northampton presenting Composing Color, paintings by Alma Thomas from the Smithsonian American Art Museum. More at scma.smith.edu. And Brookmeadow at Cobb Center, an assisted living community offering wellness care and support services, including an on-site fitness specialist to help seniors stay physically active. More at brookmeadowslr.com.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
Welcome to hour number 2 of Boston Public Radio, 89.7 GBH. Jim Brady and Marjorie Egan. We are live from the Boston Public Library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Thank you It is day 2 of the story that all the nation is talking about. That would be Jim has shaved his head.
Jim has.
Suzanne was very upset. She really wanted to come to the Boston Public Library today to see the show, but she was afraid of the glare from Jim's shaved head. Suzanne, it's not glaring, but you have that stuff you're going to put on it, right, that might make it glare. Jim has
I don't plan to talk about it on the air, but I do plan to put something on it. Thank you. And by the way, Marjorie meant to say the governor will be with us tomorrow from 11 to noon at the library.
Yeah.
Governor Healy will be here.
She almost was too afraid to come.
Oh, my God. And August 11th, the Attorney General, Andrea Joy Campbell, will be here at the library.
Okay.
Too. And by the way, John King, you heard the promos. CNN's John King was supposed to be joining us at noon. He had a transportation problem. He'll be with us next week. And kind enough to move up his time is our next guest. We're going to talk TV and what we should be watching instead of just doom scrolling, which is what Marjorie and I do. Joining us now on Zoom is James Poniewozik, who is the longtime chief TV critic for the New York Times, author of the 2019 book that Marjorie is now obsessed with, Audience of One, Donald Trump, Television, and the Fracturing of America. James, it's great to meet you, and welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me.
We're thrilled to have you.
Thank you very much for joining us. And then thank you, too, for suggesting all these great TV shows, which I should have known about, but I didn't, which I can now watch to take my mind off the depressing news of Donald Trump every single solitary day. But tell me something. You just wrote a book about, you wrote it a while ago now, but a lot of people are calling TV now sort of we're in the golden age of TV when all the big time Hollywood actors are doing TV shows and stuff, and there's all this great stuff on Apple and Hulu and HBO, et cetera. You think that's true? Are we in a golden age?
There are always golden ages of TV. You could, people said that about the 70s, 80s, 90s. There's more TV available than there has ever been, which I think is great. I think that TV kind of went on a quality upswing since, the emergence of HBO and The Sopranos at the, sort of beginning of the 2000s. I don't know if it's really at its peak right now. I think streaming has given us access to a lot of mediocre TV.
That's true. That's true.
A lot of stuff that's kind of good enough and it seems like something else that you've watched before. But, there's also a lot of great stuff out there if you know where to look. And I feel lucky to have enough places to go searching for it.
Okay. Well, let me tell you, one of the great places you went searching is a show that I think you loved and I really loved, despite the fact that I can't stand anything that has horror in it, Widow's Bay. Here's a little clip from the first episode of Widow's Bay, where the locals on this island are showing around a big shot from where, what a shock, the New York Times. A reporter from the Times around the town. Here it is.
Blank canvas, totally empty island.
Except for the teeth.
The point I'm trying to make is that there were no people here. They had to build everything from scratch during what is still believed to be the harshest winter in Widow's Bay history. And all thanks to this remarkable leader, Richard Warren, our first mayor. I can't even get my assistant to stay past 2.
You know what? And I was just about to show Arthur the witch trial. Great source of pride. We caught him. We burned him.
You know what, Jerry? I'm going to take it from here.
By the way, there's the great Matthew Reese, obviously playing the mayor. So why did this thing that is as weird a concept as I can imagine, why does this work so well, James?
Here's the thing. I'm with you. I am not a horror guy. I don't like being scared. I've never really gotten the appeal of sort of, gruesome, grisly horror. But I love comedy. I love a good drama. I love a good surprise. And what horror and comedy have in common is that they're based in surprise, the thing that you're not expecting. And Widow's Bay is excellent at doing both of these at the same time. It's able to surprise a laugh out of you as well as it can jump scare you. And it just makes it a tremendously entertaining without being a horrifying or depressing story.
And it's not too gory for you, Marjorie, either, by the way. You're not a gore kind of person.
I was just telling Jim, I was on the wrong episode. I wasn't on the first episode last night, but I could tell. I think I was in episode 6 or something. But it just was great. It just kind of drew you right in. So I'm all excited about watching episode 1 tonight.
James, I want to tell you, one of the only reasons I watched this, because I didn't think I'd like it, is I'm a big Matthew Rhys fan, and the reason I'm a big fan is because I think The Americans was one of the greatest shows ever. And I also thought the ending, the finale of The Americans was the greatest ending ever. And I read a piece you wrote a while ago saying that I don't know if I'll get this exactly right, but you'll correct me, that we put too much stock, or we judge a series too much by, what's the expression you use about how they stick the landing, I think you said. And so tell us what you mean by that. And two, also tell us if you agree with me that that final episode of The Americans was spectacular.
Two things at a time, and thank you for remembering that piece. Yeah. I think that there has come to be an attitude among TV viewers, and I don't know if it's the result of, more serial-based starring or shows like Lost that are built around big mysteries.
Yep.
But people sort of treat the ends of shows as if they're the answers. It's like the final exam that determines whether you pass or you fail. And I think a good TV series is a whole thing unto itself. That, the entire run of it goes into what makes it great. There are shows that I love that didn't end well, and I still love them for all of that. Having said that, I recently rewatched The Americans with my family, and I think you are absolutely correct. It's probably one of the best start to finish and certainly strongest endings I've seen in a drama.
Spectacular. The whole thing is great, and I'm so glad to hear you say it. We're talking to James Poniewozik, who is the lead TV critic for the New York Times.
Okay, so Barack Obama and his wife Michelle, they involved in producing some TV shows, and one of them they've produced is this Life, Larry, and the Pursuit of Unhappiness. Of course, is Larry David. We all know him from Seinfeld and Curb Your Enthusiasm. Well, here's Obama introduction to Life, Larry, and the Pursuit of Happiness.
I have sat across the table from some of the world's most difficult leaders and wrestled with some of the globe's most intractable problems. Nothing has prepared me for working with Larry David. I'm just a producer on this show, so I don't have to deal with him day to day, but still, it's a lot.
That's about the funniest thing in the whole show, I would argue, actually.
Yeah. Well, I thought the thing where he said Larry David was going to get Michelle to intervene because he didn't like the answer he got from Obama, and Obama said, "Good luck with that." That was pretty good.
I didn't think this thing worked. I watched. This is a comedy show, I guess you can call it that, about history with Larry playing all these parts, and I thought it got really repetitive after I watched one or two. Where were you, James, on this deal?
Boy, I wanted to like this show. I wanted this show to be good. I love Larry David.
So do I.
Huge fan of Curb Your Enthusiasm. I was really excited by Barack Obama's involvement in it. Yeah. I mean, as you hear there, even as a public speaker, as president, he always had this gift for kind of a dry comic delivery that, I actually thought could kind of mesh well with this. I think what we got with Life, Larry, and the Pursuit of Unhappiness is basically kind of a warmed over Curb Your Enthusiasm in period costume. There were literal references to Curb Your Enthusiasm and just a lot of, boy, I've heard this joke a lot before, and it feels kind of uninspired and not really rising to the subject.
You know what, as someone who does what you do for a living, and I am obviously not, I am a TV critic, but I'm not paid to be a TV critic. And I watch a lot of television, particularly now. This may be incredibly naive. When people as skillful as the Obamas and Larry David, who one would argue is sort of the top of their game, see the product and don't know that something doesn't work, it really surprises me. Do you know what I'm trying to say? And do you ever have that same reaction to something that are with people who are otherwise brilliant, who just missed their mark in this particular thing? You know what I mean?
One thing that I try to keep in mind as a critic, it's my job as a critic to be a stand-in for the audience. And if I think something's not good, I got to say that and, not mince words or whatever. But I think it's important to remember that the worst show you have ever watched is the product generally of talented professional people who are trying their hardest, who are generally trying to make something good. And sometimes it goes off track. Sometimes there are external forces. Sometimes there are creative problems. Sometimes there are mandates from outside. There can be any number of reasons. But it almost makes you appreciate how much of a miracle it is when everything comes together and somebody's able to execute a vision, like on a show like Widow's Bay, and it actually works out, because really brilliant people can sometimes whiff.
Are you as kind in real life as you are in your TV criticism? Is this the real you or no?
I feel like I'm a real mean SOB. But, I'm glad that I was able to, turn my sociopathic charms on you here and make you think I'm a better person than I am.
Since we're meeting, even though we've both read you forever, just one quick thing. What were you like as a TV kid? What was your TV connection as a little boy?
I was the youngest of older siblings, which means that I was exposed to a lot of sort of age-inappropriate television. I kind of, like a younger sibling does, I watched the stuff that my older sibs did. And one of my earliest TV memories, I don't know if you all remember the old Norman Lear classic, Mary Hartman, Mary Hartman.
Oh, my God. Yes, I do.
So I was a 70s kid, and I was around at that time. And then there was this, Martin Mull did this amazing talk show spoof spin-off of it. It was Fernwood Tonight and then America Tonight. And that was on too late for me to watch when I was very little. But my older sister would tape record episodes, and I mean using an audio cassette tape.
Oh, my God.
And play them for me to listen to it. And I honestly think like that did a lot to kind of shape my TV sensibility.
Great training.
Well, here's another one that I watched yesterday for the first time, and I loved it. David Kelly's the producer, and he, of course, is married to Michelle Pfeiffer. Michelle Pfeiffer stars in this. Also, Elle Fanning.
Nicole Kidman.
Nicole Kidman, yeah. We got a little clip from this. It's called Margot's Got Money Trouble, so we're going to play the clip, and then you can tell us what you think. In this clip, single mother Margot, that's Michelle Pfeiffer, discovers the lucrative... No, Margot is the daughter. Sorry, I goofed that up. Elle Fanning plays Margot, the daughter. Discovers the lucrative world of OnlyFans.
There's this one girl, and her whole thing is just she gets clients to send her dick pics, and then she insults them. Like, why would men pay $50 to get their dick impugned?
Well, penis loathing is a whole subculture, not just about how it looks or performs, but after Me Too, whether it's been ethically applied.
That's a pretty good clip.
Yeah, it's a great clip. So what'd you think of this one?
So, you know how I told you that, I went into life, Larry, in the pursuit of unhappiness, expecting to like it? I was not expecting to like this one. Yeah. I actually often don't vibe with David E. Kelly. I think that his stuff can tend to be kind of quirk overload in a way that grates on me, and this seemed like it might be like that. I thought it was incredibly charming. It was funny. It was... I think one thing that I really identify with this, or that really appeals to me, is that, it's a show that's about sex work, but it's not prurient. It's not sensationalistic. It's about work is work. And like you hear in that clip, a lot of it is just about, isn't it kind of interesting how this stuff functions and how people monetize it? And, what are the pressures on this particular down on her luck character that push her toward this as a way of reinventing her life? And, I think that kind of specificity is a great thing in a TV show. That's just kind of like, here's this interesting subculture of people who do OnlyFans or whatever, and we're really going to take it apart in a amusing, appealing, and personable way. And then, of course, they knocked it out of the park with the cast, which helped a lot.
Yeah, and you also mentioned in your review the mother-daughter relationship between Michelle Pfeiffer and Elle Fanning, which is really kind of sweet and stuff too. Do we have time to talk about the BR? We do.
We do, but I know you want to get to the book, even though it's been around a while.
Well, because I thought...
Why don't you do the book for a minute, and then if we have time...
even though, as I said before, and I admit, James, I didn't know about this book until we were booking you, so I got to read it because I am totally transfixed with your analysis of Donald Trump kind of being television. You wrote this back in 2019, and he, of course, had been president just for a couple of years. But tell us about your analysis about TV and Trump and how they have melded together and built his career.
You know, as a TV critic, I've written a lot about television and politics and popular culture, and a lot of that over the years has involved, in one way or another, Donald Trump. You know, I wrote about The Apprentice back in the day, and some of his books even before then. And my lens for looking at this, the fact that, you know, this phenomenon of the guy from The Apprentice having become president of the United States, is that in many ways Donald Trump is a TV character. It's the performance. His life as a public figure, even before he was on The Apprentice, before he was in politics, has been about dominating media, making himself a figure of controversy and sort of a larger-than-life avatar of money and glitz, and becoming a professional celebrity. And understanding how, in a visual media culture, that is the route to success and popularity and ultimately power. And so the way I approached this book was kind of, you know, not a biography exactly, but sort of a biography of Donald Trump, the television character, and how that paralleled the changes in the medium over the past so many decades of his public life that kind of have changed the television that we watched and that have changed our society, you know, because TV and the image are such powerful forces in an image-based society.
So does that... Oh, go ahead, Marjorie.
No, I was going to say, one of the things you talk about is that we had, once upon a time, back in the 70s, when you were that little kid listening to those tape recordings, more working-class family shows like All in the Family, and then we got more glitzy once Ronald Reagan became the president?
Yeah, TV's gone through a lot of terms with that and, you know, sort of demographic changes. You know, TV used to be a lot more working class focused in its sitcoms. And then as the business of TV changed, right, and as networks found an advantage of targeting demographic niches and upscale viewers, the kind of characters that they represented changed. And that affects the storytelling. Another thing that I trace in the book a lot is that as you move from this broadcast 3-network era of television to the cable era and the streaming era and the internet era, that divides entertainment audiences. And in parallel, that is connected with a lot of the factors that have sort of polarized and segmented our society culturally and politically in ways that you see, among other things, in the way that, you know, a figure like Donald Trump, who probably couldn't have run successfully for president, say, in 1980, was able to kind of jump off the screen and, through his mastery of that screen, become elected by this polarized country.
That's the voice of James Poniewozik, who is the chief TV critic for the Times. And the name of that book from 2019 is Audience of One, Donald Trump, Television, The Fracturing of America. One last I have one more question off the book, too. Yeah.
Okay.
We talk a lot on the show, more than we should, about whether or not there can be a Donald Trump after Donald Trump. And some people have tried. Ron DeSantis tried, and I think failed miserably, the governor of Florida. Others have as well. Based upon how he came into being in your analysis, does that help you figure out whether or not there can be another one of these post-Trump, assuming there is a post-Trump, James?
You know, I'm not sure there will be another president who is exactly like Donald Trump, because he's somebody who was a huge celebrity before running for president, kind of like, you know. But I think, number one, it is an example of how much attention matters in politics now. And how you just, as, you know, a politician or a political party, you cannot disregard the ability to attract attention and to use it and to communicate in, whether you like them or not, the dominant media forms of our time. And, you know, I don't think it means that every president from here on out is going to be just like Donald Trump, but it's kind of like, you know, how there are different routes to the presidency historically. You could be a senator, or you could be a governor, or you could be, you know, a general like Eisenhower. Mm-hmm. Media personality is now one of those routes in a way that it wasn't before. You know, and that's why I think it's imaginable that, you know, a figure like Tucker Carlson or The Rock or, name your mediagenic figure here could do a similar kind of thing in the future. And you might like that, you might not, but, you fail to understand that phenomenon at your peril.
Well, there was one other who also was a politician. Obviously, Ronald Reagan had a lot of media experience, too, and it then became an elected official.
Well,
why are you laughing?
Because I'm thinking of when you talk about how Donald Trump reminded you a lot of Rodney Dangerfield's character in Caddyshack, the guy that was running around in the ridiculous jackets and he looked ridiculous. I forget how you say his name, Al, whatever his name was.
Al Cervic.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, he is that in that kind of in-your-face, over-the-top, loud way. But, I was Friday night, because this is what I do for a living, I had to watch that speech he gave at the correspondence dinner. And it was really upsetting in many ways because it was so nasty and so crude. But you watch him, which is, if somebody else spoke for an hour, if Barack Obama spoke for an hour or Bush spoke for an hour, I don't think I would have watched the way I watched Donald Trump, because there's something mesmerizing about him that I think is hard to recreate.
Yeah, and it's what the people who love him love about him. The Al Cervic Caddyshack comparison. It may be kind of funny, but, to me, it's also really real.
Yeah.
Our pop culture stories, they are our modern day mythology. They are the stories that give us a format to understand things in the real world. And then when we see that kind of thing in the real world, we connect with it, right? So it is kind of the same thing of, that he says what everybody's thinking, et cetera.
Yep.
There was kind of a framework for that, and he tapped into that.
Before you leave, I want to give credit. Am I not right? The New York Times, other than sending a reporter, does not attend those dinners. Am I right about that?
And has not for years.
Yeah.
And I've always approved of that decision, even before I worked at the New York Times, because I think the existence of the White House Correspondents' Dinner as like a entertainment spectacle, it was full of problems even before this.
Yeah.
James, we really admire your work, and we're thrilled you joined us today. We hope you'll do it again soon.
Yes, and I'm going out immediately to get your book now so I can read the entire thing, because I got a taste of it, and I think you nailed it completely. Thank you so much for joining us today,
Thanks, James.
Oh, thank you, and thank you for the book plug.
Absolutely. We've been speaking with New York Times chief TV critic.
He's really good.
Yes. Oh, he's really talented. Poniewozik, and what is the name of the book? What is the name of the book?
It is called Audience of One, Donald Trump, Television and the Fracturing of America. And even though it's written in 2019, obviously it
totally
applies.
Totally relevant
now,
right now. Audience of One, Donald Trump, Television and the Fracturing of America. Coming up after this quick break, we're going to talk about all things bananas. Going to call or text with your
Why
thoughts.
are you defensive? Why'd you lower your voice, by the way? You're like
because
ashamed?
I feel like I'm a level up here talking about...
It's the most consumed fruit in the United States and the world,
That's right.
Marjorie.
And not only that, Jim.
What?
It's under threat.
It is under
It is
threat.
under threat.
It is
and I,
under
for
threat.
one, am really upset about this. We're going to tell you everything about bananas up next on the modest yellow fruit that's skyrocketing to pop culture popularity and maybe under threat from climate change and fungus. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy. Listening to BPR 89.7 GBH live from the Boston Public Library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Today on the Curiosity Desk Picture. You're enjoying a leisurely lie on the beach, you look down at your hand and you notice a tan line where there used to be oh my god, did you just lose your wedding ring? When crisis strikes, there's a team of metal detectives who've made it their mission to help track down what you lost so it doesn't become someone else's buried treasure. That's the Curiosity Desk, today at 1 on GBH 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And New Bedford Whaling Museum, dedicated to igniting learning for all ages through explorations of art, history, science, and culture. More about their summer programming and exhibits available at whalingmuseum.org. And GM Roth Design Remodeling, providing custom kitchens, bathrooms, and accessory dwelling units. Their design team works to create living-in-place solutions tailored to the needs of each home and family. More information at gmroth.com.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH 89.7. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Tomorrow we're back at the library. Governor Healy joins us in person for an hour from 11 to 12 to answer our questions and yours. And the Attorney General does the same thing here at the library on August 11th. So consider this question from a recent, again, New York Times article. Is banana the new pumpkin spice? Apparently bananas, which as I said are the most eaten fresh fruit in America, are the inspiration for flavored drinks, snack bars, and candy. We're talking banana nut M&Ms, banana cream top matcha, banana nut bread flavored bars, a Wendy's Frosty with neon yellow banana syrup. America is apparently in the middle of a banana craze, not to mention, since you have to peel them before you eat them, you're pretty much guaranteed not to get cyclospora. So the Banana and You at Banana Public Radio, 877-301-8970. And if I can find it, we actually have a little quiz. In addition to you telling us about your relationship with the banana, we may have a question or two for you about that very same banana. Now, Marjorie, I happen to know, before I became a huge banana fan, which I am now, I'm not sure exactly why, you have always been a big banana fan. What is that about?
Well, as you know, my favorite sandwich in the world, and probably one of my favorite things.
Banana and peanut butter.
Banana and peanut butter sandwich on just the right kind of bread. It's really, really good. And now I'm going through a phase of making smoothies, and you have to have at least 1 or 2 bananas in your smoothie.
Frozen banana.
Well, you can have regular bananas if they're at the right place, at the right.
I thought the smoothie gets frothier if it's frozen.
It might,
that's not true?
but I do very well with regular bananas. That's the other question too. Do you want the bananas? Do you like them when they're slightly green, or do you want to wait till they're a little bit more spotted and brown? I don't know if you have a preference, Jim, but I just think bananas are absolutely wonderful. I did not know. I've been eating bananas forever. Did you know the name of your banana was the Cavendish banana?
That was actually the first quiz question. That won't be happening anymore.
Oh, okay, take care of that.
No,
Sorry.
I did not know until
that.
we were told this morning by our colleagues that it was a Cavendish banana.
And I did not know that
90% of the bananas we eat are Cavendish bananas.
I did not know that there could be a coming banana apocalypse because of this fungus and the
That's actually the second question on the quiz.
Well,
so
really?
No, you keep going because
I'm
this is all
trying to inform
interesting
people
information.
about bananas.
Yeah.
And Chiquita bananas are apparently in hot water. That's the one a lot of us buy. Because
do you buy organic or whatever? You know, one of the great things about a banana, they are really cheap.
They're really cheap.
They weigh a lot. They weigh in your stomach when you eat them. They have them over there at the Newsfeed Cafe, and they're pretty cheap. Like you go to a grocery store, it's like 20 cents a banana or something like that, or 10 cents a banana or something like that.
And apparently they're a craze, as you said before.
I did.
They're all over the place now. They have protein bar with bananas and then banana in canned water. They have banana is in dairy-free creamer. Banana is in matcha. It's in seltzer. I don't know if I'd like all that. They're in liquid. They're at Starbucks. They have a thing. Low protein content banana.
Wow.
But there isn't really much protein in banana.
No.
Anyway, they have banana protein cold foam, and Dunkin' released its own line of banana syrups. Yeah, they're taking over the world, Jim.
So do you remember, actually, one of the things that motivated us to talk bananas with you, which we're about, well, we are doing, actually, was, do you remember January, way back in January, when we had a banana moment here on the show? Here's some sound from this very show back in January, ahead of one of the big snowstorms. I think we'd call it the Great Banana Shortage of 2026. We were getting tons of texts, which I believe were uninvited, am I right, about bananas being out at grocery stores across the state. So our then producer, Nicole Garcia, who abandoned us about a week ago,
she did.
Working the phones, here is what happened. This is really impressive.
She's an investigative reporter. She called the Fall River Market Basket,
As Nicole
and they said
did,
they have enough bananas for the weekend, and people are panicking and fear-mongering.
Wait a second. We have some really good breaking news.
What?
Nicole, again, this is our same Nicole. She's our coworker. She called the Plymouth Market Basket again. Remember how they had enough 10 minutes ago?
That was in Fall River.
Did you really? Well, they now say, come quick for bananas. They're going fast, but only have a few left. If you need a banana, get the Plymouth and step on it. That was actually fairly funny.
Yeah.
877-301-8970. Anything about bananas, and if Marjorie doesn't ruin the whole thing, I will have a banana quiz question for you when you call us. No, it's okay.
Anonymous texter says, is it true, in addition to problems with import tariffs, another challenge regarding the banana supply in the region is that airplanes are presently being diverted from Logan due to the glare off of Jim Browdy's forehead.
Oh, my God.
Not talking about this.
Well, apparently Marjorie is talking
Jim has
about
shaved
it.
his
so
head.
I did.
And many people are very upset about this.
No, not many are not.
Yeah.
You are. Not many.
Do you have a banana?
You weren't listening to the show
Yeah.
yesterday. I'll repeat for you. I get in the studio. I texted Marjorie and our team and said I'd shave my head. So I walked in, as most people do if you have a major change in appearance, and you say to your coworker, and you're a fairly close friend, Marjorie is. I said, so what do you think? And there was a pause of, I'd say, 9 or 10 minutes, before which she says, well, if you're happy, that was it. 877-301-8097. Can I tell you what I also love?
Yes.
I love banana bread more than I like bananas. What do you think of that?
Banana bread is fantastic.
Is
But
that
you put chocolate chips in the banana bread.
It was fabulous.
No, you're not supposed to do
Might
that.
have been undercooked. Trisha, you're in the car. Before you tell us what you think about a banana, do you want a quiz question?
Oh, sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
this is multiple choice. Bananas are thought to have originated in what is today, meaning the country called today. 1 is Angola, 2 is Malaysia or Thailand, 3 is Panama, 4 is Egypt, 5 is Brazil. Where did bananas, where are they thought to have originated?
Oh, I'm going to say Egypt.
That is wrong, but it's an excellent guess. Try a second guess. Go ahead, a second guess.
Angola.
That would also be wrong. Try a third guess.
Wrong.
I'm so bad. How about Panama?
Well, that's also wrong. Your choices are Brazil or Malaysia or Thailand. Which is it?
Thailand.
Well,
Very
you got
good.
it. That was excellent.
Very good.
Fourth try is fine. Now, how do you feel about bananas there, Tricia? Tell us the truth.
Well, I could give or take bananas, but I have to say that when I was a kid, Popsicle made banana popsicles.
Yes.
And I used to walk to the store to get banana popsicles in the little sleeves. You know, you pull them out of the sleeve.
I remember.
And break them in half to eat them, yeah. But I swear the flavor was different than the candy version was much different and much richer. And it's my understanding that in the 70s, when I was a kid, that the bananas we ate were a different strain that is now extinct. And so they were actually a little bit of a different flavor back then.
Okay, so here is your quiz. Second opportunity to prove yourself as a banana expert. The most popular, commonly used or eaten banana before the Cavendish that Marjorie mentioned was either the red, the canary, I don't know how to pronounce this, but I believe it's pronounced, or the Gros Michel, Gros Michel. Which one was it?
I'm going to go with red.
Exactly, the Gros Michel. Excellent, Tricia. Tricia, you're a great caller. Thank you. Enjoy your banana. We appreciate
it's true. I thought in these stories it said it was earlier than that, not the 70s, but closer to the 50s.
50s.
These Gros Michel bananas got a fungus, and they had to change to the Cavendish. And now they're experimenting with all these different ways to make the Cavendish because they're afraid that they're mixing it with wild bananas and all that kind of stuff.
Now, let me tell you something here. Seth in Rhode Island, my favorite banana, he writes, the golden banana. What is the golden banana, Marjorie?
Well, it used to be a strip club on
Route
1 in, was it Saugus? I think it was Saugus.
Who went with you?
Well, one time there was a
horrible
bad murder
killing,
involving one of the women who worked there, and so I didn't want to go to a strip club by myself during the day. And Jim is a large man, so I figured I'd call him and see if he wanted to go.
We weren't even that friendly then. We
were
barely
not that
started
friendly.
working together. I went with you.
And you went with me, and you were useless because
I was so scared in this strip club. When I had to go to the men's, this is a true story. Marjorie brought me along to be her sort of, bodyguard kind of thing. I was so scared in the strip club that when I went to the men's room, I asked Marjorie to stand outside and wait for me.
He was not really,
I was not a big
Sir
help.
Lancelot or anything like that.
Okay, fine.
Oh, well, it's no longer there. I think it's no longer there.
Yeah. Susan, I don't know if you're in Puerto Rico or you were in Puerto Rico or... Susan, hello. Where are you calling from?
I am calling from Puerto Rico.
Oh, great. Fabulous.
I'm from Milton, but I go back and forth, but kind of like Green Acres. Do you remember that show, Green Acres?
Yes.
We do. So what's up?
Okay, so I'm Zsa Zsa Gabor, and my husband is, I forget the man's name, but we bought a huge amount of property near the El Yunque rainforest.
Oh.
And it's beautiful. Don't get me wrong, but it's growing up in Milton, right? I've been working in the city. So I called because we actually have bananas that grow in our yard, and we pick them whenever we want to have a banana.
Wow.
It's fabulous.
How great is that to pick your own? Is that wildly satisfying?
Great.
So
it's unbelievable. It's fabulous.
Now, I read one of these.
A lot of pluses. Mm-hmm.
I read one of these stories. It's a banana bush, not a banana tree.
Yeah.
Is that right?
That's correct.
Big bush.
It's more of a big jacket. It's more of a bush.
Yeah, more of a big bush.
But you can get 30 bananas in that one growth on that bush, and it's amazing. You can just get them even in other people's property that we've become friendly with. Bananas just grow, among other things, breadfruit, mangoes.
Wow.
So it's
So Susan, you and your husband are not just spoiling the rainforest down there, are you, or are you?
No. Oh no, I'm a tree hugger, totally a tree hugger. This is right near the Yunfei rainforest, and the house is already built.
That's
amazing. So we've had the acreage. Mm-hmm.
So Susan, how is it a girl from Milton went down about all these acres in Puerto Rico? What was that about?
I ask myself that every day, Marjorie.
Yeah?
I'm saying what? So I was a nurse forever. I still kind of consider myself semi-retired, and we still are connected with Milton. My husband we kept visiting, and my husband said, let's just move here or buy something. And I thought, I don't know. But I kind of went with it, and here I am. But sometimes I do feel like Zsa Zsa Gabor on Green Acres, like City Park Avenue, you know.
So it's
By the
beautiful.
way, we love that you called. Before you go away, I forgot to ask you a question. What is a cluster of bananas called, Susan?
Ooh, I knew you were going to ask me a question that I didn't know. Banana Fana? I don't know.
Banana Fana. That's good enough.
Bananarama.
Thank you, Susan. It's called a hand. Did you know that before? H-A-N-D.
No, I read that this morning in one of
Susan,
these
that was
stories.
a great call. Call us again sometime. Thank you. By the way, we don't want to put this. Well, I don't know if we want to put it. Golden Banana is not closed. Jamie
it's not
checked
closed.
it out.
I'm sorry.
It's open tonight at 6 p.m. There are a few letters missing from the sign.
Oh.
But it is still there. It opens at 6 p.m. Zoe said Jamie didn't even have to Google that.
It used to be open during the
know
day.
What I mean.
We went up like lunchtime.
Yeah, I was petrified.
Yeah. You don't want to go to a strip club at lunchtime.
I'm not sure you want to go. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Okay.
But anyway,
Mark, you wrote it was a horrible story.
It was a sad story.
Horrible story.
Anyway, but Jim was kind enough to come up there and be
of
useless
no
when
use,
he got there.
Yeah.
Okay. So bananas are, as I said before, kind of taking over. Like they're becoming the pumpkin spice of people have them.
I hate pumpkin spice.
I don't like pumpkin spice either.
I like bananas.
But people are doing much better with bananas. We never got to ask Tricia. She was kind of mess on bananas. How can you be mess on bananas? Doesn't everybody love a banana?
I have a great, speaking of everybody loving a banana, Sean from Groveland, you're next. And you ready for your question?
That's so, yes.
Okay, this is, I have to say, I'm going to give you a hint. The answer to this is unbelievable. What is the average, I don't know what the source is, but whatever. What is the average number of pounds of bananas that every person on Earth, on average, eats every single year? I didn't explain that well. But what's the average number of pounds of bananas that everybody on Earth eats every year? You won't believe how high this is. Go ahead, Sean.
10 pounds, I'm just guessing.
26 pounds. That's a half.
Oh, wow.
I mean, that's huge, isn't it?
Well, I eat a banana every day.
Okay, well, there you go.
Sometimes 2 bananas
Forget
every day.
that. Okay, Sean, how are you?
They have
what
a
are
lot
you saying?
of potassium.
Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
So I think that when I get bananas at the grocery store, I need to wait until they have those brown dots that show up all over them. But at the same time, it can't be too soft when I eat it. So I need to eat it when it's sweet enough but not too soft.
Yeah.
And I love it with Reese's peanut butter. That's another thing.
But wait, don't
that's
go
a
away.
great
Isn't
combo.
the solution? I buy them light green and just wait till the appropriate moment. Isn't that a safer bet, Sean from Groveland?
Yes, that's what I do, yes.
Oh, okay. Now, Sean.
You can also freeze them, as we know.
What?
You can freeze them, as we know.
You can.
Yes.
And put them in a smoothie.
I
Sean, excellent
peel
call.
mine.
Thank you.
Do you peel yours before you freeze them?
No, you're not supposed to.
You're not supposed to?
Or maybe you are.
I think you are supposed to. Otherwise, it's really hard to get the peel off.
It's one of the two. We have to take a break, Marjorie.
Okay. We were talking about bananas and you. Are you concerned about the coming banana apocalypse?
We don't know that. Yeah, but that's not fair. You're going to destroy the industry. We don't know that there's an apocalypse. There may be an apocalypse.
There may be.
It's possible.
No, we're fighting it off because they're finding out different ways to
preserve the
Cavendish banana. It's such a distinguished name for the little humble banana. The Cavendish, it kind of sounds like, some British royalty or something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, our number is 877-301-8970. You're listening to Boston Public Radio live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
If you're house shopping, you know it's only getting more expensive.
If you want to make a dive into buying a house, you're going into the deep end. There is no kiddie pool of a starter home.
I'm Sasha Pfeiffer. Median U.S. home prices hit another record high this summer. That's been a boon for sellers, but others are priced out. How the wealth gap between renters and owners has gotten wider than ever on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Morningside Music Bridge, returning to Boston. The summer program shines a spotlight on young classical musicians from around the world, with concerts now through August 7th at New England Conservatory. mmb.international. And Gloucester Stage, presenting Betrayal by Harold Pinter. When two lovers meet for the last time, their affair unfolds backwards into a near decade-long illicit love triangle. Now through August 1st. Tickets available at gloucesterstage.com.
Welcome back to BPR 89.7 GBH. Mardrague and Jim Browdy. We'll be back at the library tomorrow. The governor will be with us for an hour, 11 to 12. Take our questions and yours. Tons of texts. Here's Dan. I hope you interview a banana in this segment. Is Ryan Landry there? Ryan reportedly played the algae from the reflecting pool last week.
We interviewed him last week.
Here is Sean in the car. Jim, have you ever eaten a banana while wearing a banana hammock? And the answer is yes, I have. Thank you. Woody, the UPS driver. Boy, did I pick a bad week to quit eating bananas. That's a pretty good one there. Woody and James from Attleboro. I'm amazing that no one has said this yet. 2 words, plantain.
Plantain.
Otherwise known as one word, too.
Yeah, those are really
good. Do you like
good.
plantain?
Not as well as I like bananas, but
I knew that would be
good.
the case.
They're pretty good, yeah. But we may all be eating them after the apocalypse if it does come to pass. There's some movie, I think the woman down at the bottom, Allison from Foster, is talking about this movie called Minion. Do you know about this?
Yeah, of course. It's huge.
Yeah, it's huge. Well, I guess there's a lot of bananas.
I wouldn't know.
Dancing bananas?
I don't really know.
Yeah, we don't really know. And then Ethan Gilsdorf, we've had him on the show before. He's a great writer. He has a piece in BUR about sort of nostalgia about bananas. He says, when I eat a banana, I'm connected to my past, my childhood, my sister, my brother, my parents, all those school lunches. In the banana's flaxen and lemony depths, I see a taste of thorough line, of consistency amid life's changes, divorces, deaths, estrangements, wins,
Can I tell you my reaction
and losses.
to that?
Yep.
Bit much. That's what I would. I mean, really, it's a banana is what it is.
I don't know. I think I'm with Ethan. I feel a banana kind of is.
Yeah, well, I think banana. I think of my mother, my father, my best friends when I was a kid. You know what I think of when I think of a banana?
What?
A banana. That's what I think of. Phil and Danvers, you ready for your quiz question?
Yes.
Okay. What great figure in history introduced the banana to the Western world?
Western world.
Yeah. I'll give you a hint. His last name was the Great.
Yeah, and Donald Trump says he's a million times more powerful than this particular person.
The Great is
Alexander.
You got it.
Exactly.
You
Excellent,
got it.
Phil.
You got it.
Nice
yeah.
job. So
Hey,
what's
Jim.
up? Yeah,
Hey,
what?
Hey, Jim, in the 80s, when I was in the Merchant Marine,
Yeah.
and I was on a banana boat, and the ship went down to Guayaquil, Ecuador, and we
Yeah.
loaded bananas.
Yeah.
And back then, it wasn't a container ship, so everything had to be loaded by hand.
Yeah.
So we were there for a couple days. The guys were carrying the green bananas on the ship.
Oh, wow.
We left port, and we had a couple passengers, and at night they asked the captain, how many bananas are we taking back to Brooklyn? And the captain said, I don't know, but you can have the cargo plans, how many tons and this and that. Following morning, the passengers came down, and they said, Captain, we're carrying back 9 million bananas back to Brooklyn.
Oh, my God.
9 million bananas?
9 million bananas.
That stays with you. So, Phil, when
They're
you think of
very
a banana,
popular.
do you think of growing up, your family, your siblings, your best friends? Do you think that or not?
What was that again? Do I think
Do you
of-
think back to your youth, like that writer that Marjorie quoted a minute ago? Did banana bring back wonderful memories of your childhood?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
I don't think so.
banana bread, banana cream pie.
Banana cream pie. Hey, Phil, that was an excellent story. Thank you. Call us again. We appreciate it. Now, Marjorie, this is Sarah in West Roxbury. Have you
Yes.
ever had a Nutella biscuit?
No.
Cookie with a Nutella center. A Nutella biscuit plus a bite of banana equals magic in your mouth. You know what I often do, by the way?
What?
It's interesting you say this. You were talking about banana and peanut butter.
Yeah.
I will often add a slice of banana to something sweet that I'm eating. What do you think of that?
I think that you used to do that with oatmeal. You had
I still do it with oatmeal.
melted the bananas over your oatmeal, Jim.
By the way, you know,
I tell
Marjorie
ya,
ridicules
doesn't
this.
get any better than that.
I'm going to talk about this for a couple minutes. I had forgotten
Melted
it, but I'm glad you
banana
remembered.
on one's oatmeal.
In our early days in the radio, I would bring in overnight oats to the station. Marjorie obviously is ridiculing it, even though she would always eat the ones I brought her because that's what she does. What I invented, and she, of course, suggests I did not invent this,
Yeah.
I would slice the banana at home, very thin. Put it on top of the overnight oats.
That's right.
In the microwave. What happened to the banana?
They would melt on top of the
And
overnight oats.
how many times had anyone you've ever known ever melted banana on top of oatmeal
Jim,
before me?
You opened a whole new world
Exactly.
of melting bananas to me right
Why do you
there
have a
in
problem
Studio
admitting
3.
that, by the way? I'm sure you did some important things, too. Sure, I'm sure you did.
No, it was just this image of you with the melted bananas. You were so excited.
How
about
great
the
was it then when they
melted
melted? How
bananas.
great were they when they melted?
They
were fabulous.
They were sweet
Yeah.
as the
Yeah.
sweetest.
She's ridiculing it. She ate them
I
like
did.
as fast as she could shove them in.
But you know, you're making fun of this piece in BUR. I mean, I think a lot of us think about this. You can't have a fruit bowl without bananas, can you? And you feel comfortable when you walk by your fruit bowl and you have the bananas in there, familiar and comforting presence, smiling at you across the room.
I don't care. You guys don't care.
Yeah, well, you don't. I do, obviously. There's a difference of opinion. It's fine. There is almost nothing you cannot melt bananas on, by the way. And while oatmeal, overnight oats is what I chose to do it on, imagine just for a second, close your eyes and think about one of your favorite desserts. Imagine melting bananas on top of that. How luxurious
Well,
is
banana
that?
cream pie is one of the great things of all
Yeah, it's
time.
pretty good.
Nice custardy in the middle,
Yeah.
real whipped cream, and then all those bananas on the inside and bananas on the outside. It's pretty good. All
You know
right.
what? Do you know that a banana is a berry? Are you aware of that? Did you read that
I
this
learned
morning?
that this morning. I learned a lot
Why
of things.
is it a berry?
I don't know, Jim.
Okay, good.
It grows on a bush,
And you're
like
in-
a lot of berries grow
Okay,
on
fine.
bushes.
And you're in Lincoln, Rhode Island. What's your banana take? Hello.
Thank you for taking my call.
Of course.
So I was a high school science teacher
Oh.
during COVID,
Perfect.
and we used bananas for dissection to teach the directional terms such as superior, inferior, anterior, posterior.
Yeah.
Because
Oh.
bananas are something that every kid in our school would have at home,
Yeah.
and they could use the fork and knife and put toothpick labels on them. So I just wanted to share that.
Well, before you go away, what exactly is the posterior on a banana?
Well, it depends on where the anterior is.
Excellent. Now, that goes without saying, Ann. Ann, thank you much for your call. Speaking of bananas and knives and
This
forks.
seems to be all about, the Minions movie seems to be all about bananas.
I don't know about that. Here's some banana etiquette from British etiquette coach, who Marjorie knows very well, William Hanson. Here he is.
Here's how to eat a banana. Now, we don't pick it up and peel it like a primate.
Nope.
Instead, we use a knife and fork. First, going from one end, cut it off, then cut off the other end, turning your knife on its side, then score down the skin, peel back, and eat like so.
Let me tell you, I know you're fine. I have eaten a banana occasionally, not often, with a knife and fork. What do you mean, okay? Why are you dismissing it?
Bill from Bridgewater has a text, Jim.
What is it?
He says, I find this topic very appealing.
Oh, my God. I'd take some time off, Bill, if I were you. Is Edgar there?
Is Edgar here? Yes. Oh,
Edgar,
good.
Here's a quiz for you.
I'm not sure that Edgar wants to be. No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Who introduced the banana? No, I take it back. When was the banana introduced to the United States? What year and what was the event? Go ahead. You're the curiosity desk.
Yeah, no, I should know this, and
You should.
don't. I don't know. I'm going to say the banana was introduced in 1790, and the event was the opening of the Panama Canal.
That is exactly right. Is the Philadelphia World's Fair in 1876. That was excellent.
I was right on there.
That was very close.
Nailed it.
Have you ever done a segment on a banana?
Yes,
we
he
have.
has.
Yeah, we've done a lot of talking about bananas, including why we've talked so much about grocery prices, but bananas remain affordable.
They do.
Somehow.
Excellent point.
And one of the reasons they do is because they are what is called a loss leader for most grocery stores, which means they sell them either sort of at cost or below cost because they know people will come in, they want to grab a banana, and then they'll spend their money on other things. So,
fabulous.
big part of our economy, the banana.
That's excellent.
Huh.
Yeah. Did you talk at all about how you open it? I mean, other than with a knife and a fork, how you open it? How do you peel your banana, Jim?
I mean, they peel it.
From the top.
I rip off the
this is what I'm
stem,
saying. You
and
got
then I
to
peel it from the stem, right?
You got to do it from the bottom. You pinch the bottom. It's so much easier.
Is that true?
Absolutely.
By the way,
that's how the monkeys open their bananas.
Of course they
from
do.
the bottom.
You heard that high school teacher?
Know that.
There you go.
And someone
News
responded
you
to
can
that
use.
high school teacher. Anonymous texter says it is best to keep bananas and posteriors apart, which I think. What are you
Also
doing?
true.
What are you doing on the show there?
We're going to kick things off with our AI panel, which we occasionally do. We got some big thinkers going to talk a little bit about data centers in space and other AI news. And then we're also going to meet a real-life treasure hunter, a ring treasure hunter. If you lose something on the beach, like a necklace or a ring, there is somebody that you can call, and they will find it for you.
That is fabulous.
Oh, that is very useful.
Marjorie wants their number. Good to see you,
Thank you
Edgar.
very much,
we'll be
Edgar.
listening.
Right on.
Bye.
Okay, thank you for listening to another edition of Boston Public Radio and 89.7 GBH. Thanks to everybody who came down to the Boston Public Library. Keep up with us 24/7 by way of our podcast. We have a TikTok page at Boston Public Radio. Tomorrow, we're going to be joined by Governor Maura Healey. She's going to be live with us at the library from 11 to noon. Plus, Harvard National Security expert Juliette Kayyem and the husband and wife wine duo, TJ and Hadley
I've missed
Douglas.
them.
They're going to join us to discuss their new urban cellar. Our crew, Zoe Matthews, Hannah Loss, Ariana Gonzalez. Additional support from Charlie Desjardins. Our engineer is John the Claude Parker. Our executive producer is Jimmy Bologna. Special thanks to our BPL staff, Maddie Guy, Bill Francis, Juan Jose Cadena. Our security team, Darius and Derek. Our hosts at the Newsfeed Cafe and across the street at the Lenox Hotel. The Curiosity Desk with Edgar starts immediately after us here on 89.7 GBH, and the Culture Show with Jared Bowen starts immediately after that. He's going to talk with comedian Kevin Nealon. That'll be great. I'm Marjorie Egan.
Jim Browdy.
Thanks for tuning in. I hope you have a great day, and hope
Bye.
you can tune
Thank
in
you.
tomorrow.
Bye.
From the stories of centuries past to discoveries that will define our future, How Did We Get Here's, how-tos, and more. Journey with us down the rabbit hole on the Curiosity Desk. Coming up next on GBH 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Harvard Business School Baker Library, featuring an exhibit on Muriel Siebert, the first woman to buy a seat on the New York Stock Exchange, open to the public. Details at library.hbs.edu. And Modern Pest Services, providing integrated pest management for Boston homes and businesses. Modern Pest uses a prevention-first approach to seasonal pests to help target the source of the problem. Learn more at modernpest.com.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Today on the Curiosity Desk, it was a scene straight out of a Hollywood B movie. OpenAI gone rogue, hacking foreign systems of its own accord. How big a deal was this leak? And now that we've seen what AI is capable of, can developers course correct? And will they be willing to? We'll ask our panel of experts for our latest AI news roundup. Then why do we call these the dog days of summer? Was there a namesake dog? We'll investigate. And while you're out at the beach enjoying the dog days, picture. You look down at your hand and notice a tan line where there used to be a, oh my God, did you lose your wedding ring? When crisis strikes, there's a team of metal detectives who've made it their mission to help track down what you lost so it doesn't become someone else's buried treasure. It's all ahead this hour on the Curiosity Desk.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh. Flags are flying at half-staff at the U.S. Capitol, where a congressional tribute was held this morning for the late Senator Lindsey Graham, who died earlier this month at the age of 71. Military pallbearers carried Graham's flag-draped casket up the Capitol steps, past two columns of mourners who quietly watched with hand over heart. During the memorial service, Senate Majority Leader John Thune was one of the speakers to say goodbye to his longtime Republican colleague.
Rest in peace, my friend. I look forward to the days when you make us all laugh again.
A funeral service will take place this afternoon at the National Cathedral, and services will also be held in Graham's home state of South Carolina. President Trump held back-to-back high-stakes meetings today with the presidents of Ukraine and Israel as the U.S. navigates its role in two major conflicts. The White House says the meetings were positive and productive. 9 in 10 voters say corruption is a big problem in American politics. Polling from the Brennan Center for Justice finds most voters see corruption as a systemic problem. It keeps politicians from focusing on kitchen table issues. NPR's Eric McDaniel reports some Democrats are working to make that connection on the campaign trail.
It's a mainstay of Democratic Senator Jon Ossoff's speeches.
Corruption in America runs a lot deeper than Donald Trump. American politics is coin-operated. Money goes in, favors come out.
Democratic messaging includes holding Trump accountable, yes, but also a ban on lawmaker stock trading, locking the lobbying revolving door, and capping money in elections. Republicans note that multiple House Democrats have faced recent federal charges related to corruption. So will voters believe their message? Most say corruption is a systemic failure beyond the ethics of any individual politician. Eric McDaniel, NPR News in Washington.
Scientists say the fires raging in southern Europe are reacting with summer storms. NPR's Eleanor Beardsley reports this is creating a phenomenon known as firestorms that cannot be extinguished.
Jean-Baptiste Philippi is an expert on fire weather forecasting with the French National Research Center, CNRS. He says a storm and a very hot fire can create a feedback loop.
When you have both at the same time, they start to interact a lot. You cannot stop a storm, so you will not stop a firestorm.
The exchange of heat from the fires and energy from the storm form a column that can reach 6 miles high. Philippi says the phenomenon has been seen in California, but never before in southern France. With global warming, it will likely happen more frequently. The only way to avoid it, he says, is to keep fires from getting so hot that they trigger convection. That is, the exchange of heat and energy with a summer storm. Eleanor Beardsley, NPR News, Saumur-en-Auxois, France.
This is NPR.
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. Remember that couple from Natick who were pummeled with online threats and bizarre deliveries, including a bloody pig mask by employees from eBay? Well, almost 7 years after that happened, Ina and David Steiner have agreed to a final $55.7 million settlement of their lawsuit against eBay and some of its former top executives. The Globe reports that the law firm representing the Steiners announced the settlement yesterday and filed a notice in U.S. District Court in Boston dismissing all charges from their lawsuit. The craziness started back in 2019 after eBay's former CEO, Devin Wenig, complained about coverage of the company on the Steiners' website, which is called E-Commerce Bytes, and that's B-Y-T-E-S. The Sauga Zoning Board of Appeals recently issued a continuance on the discussion about the apartment plans for the Kowloon restaurant property. The Lynn item reports that despite the continuance, Saugus resident Sarah Petrelsi has approached the board about making the property 55-plus. Petrelsi tells the board that she wants to make it clear that she does not support approving the project as unrestricted housing. That typically refers to housing that's open to all ages. She adds that Saugus needs options for older residents who are looking to downsize but who don't want to leave town. Board Chair Tom Traverse said that Petruzzi's comments are very well thought out, and she should bring them up again when hearings open back up. 81 degrees in Boston right now. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from Progressive Insurance, committed to helping homeowners compare and choose home insurance from a network of companies in one place with Home Quote Explorer. Learn more at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
Welcome to the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7 and Edgar B. Herwick III. We're streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. Well, as you know, not a week goes by where there isn't major news, sometimes encouraging, sometimes apocalyptic, out of the world of artificial intelligence. Well, this week we're coming to terms with our new reality where AI software, in this case OpenAI, can go off script and hack into foreign systems if it helps achieve their objective. We've also got updates on a modern-day space race between the U.S. and China when it comes to the technology. And if all of this news has you wishing you could blast off into space, just make sure you don't hit an orbiting data center on your way through the stratosphere. Yes, it is time for our semi-regular AI news panel, where we bring in guests from different disciplines, all with their own distinct and invaluable expertise. With us in studio today, we have Kathy Pham, a faculty and senior fellow at Harvard. She served as the inaugural executive director at the National AI Advisory Committee and founded the Agents of Purpose Labs, which, among other things, seeks to answer the question, should AI read bedtime stories to our kids? Also with us, Elena Glassman. She's an assistant professor of computer science at Harvard, whose research centers on human-AI interaction. And finally, you know him, you love him, Boston Globe tech reporter Hiawatha Bray. Kathy, Elena, Hiawatha, welcome back. Great to have you here.
Great to be here.
Awesome to be here.
All right, so let's talk about AI going rogue. This is obviously the sexiest headline of recent weeks when it comes to AI. So for folks who do not know, basically, and one of you should correct me if I'm wrong here, but this is my understanding of what happened. So AI is basically running a test, kind of this capture the flag thing that they sometimes do with these systems, where it's like, can it get in? And if it, can it pass this test when we tell it to get into this system? They're running this in what's called the digital sandbox, which means in theory it should happen in a closed system. But what does happen is this OpenAI model tries to cheat, figures out a way to get out of the sandbox, and for some reason zeroes in on this thing, Hugging Face, this system Hugging Face, which it has become convinced maybe has the answers it's looking for or the cheat it's looking for, and basically on its own escapes and hacks into Hugging Face. This is essentially what happened. The thing I'd like to get my head around is how big a deal is this, if at all? But let's start with this. Kathy, am I right? Is that what happened?
Yes, that's a great summary. Thank you. And there are a couple of components that I think about. One is when you build a digital sandbox, and we've done this ever since the beginning of technology. We build these sandbox. A sandbox in tech it's like a kid's sandbox. You're like, I'm going to play in this environment, nowhere else, and I'm going to test out all these things. So there was some setup with OpenAI where their settings for what their AI system can and can't do, where it can leave and where it can't go, wasn't right. And then you add to that this component of when you tell a system or even a person to do a task, they singularly can focus on that task. So in the first, for example, say, you're going to win that game. You will do everything you can to win that game. You might not say, watch out for these guardrails, don't win by cheating, don't win by, and if you don't explicitly say, don't do all these things. And the winning the game can be something absolutely ridiculous. Think of a way where you can win, let's say, like a basketball game, or you can win, I think it could be like an absolutely ridiculous way to get there, but like the goal was to win the game. So like what we're seeing other critics say is there was this goal to do this thing, and it found a way to do it. And it didn't, no one thought to say, oh, by the way, don't go over there and get into Hugging Face's system.
Right. It's sort of like the classic example with the basketball game is like if you just tell somebody do whatever you can to win a basketball game, but you don't tell it, but don't bring a knife and kill the other team and then spend all your time shooting basket, right? Like, but
why would it wouldn't know, right? So
that was deliberate though, wasn't it? Didn't they deliberately set up this test and turn off some of the stuff that they normally use with the AI and tell it, we're going to take some of your constraints away and
Yes.
allow you to run more freely.
That's right. So it's like if you were to go to the basketball example, like I'll take away some of the rules, and you might not want the scenario where you go and like hurt everyone. So you did because like they took away some of the rules of the sandbox, if you will, but did not explicitly say what not to do.
It didn't say don't get out of the sandbox, which is apparently very striking, and it proceeded to hack its way out of the sandbox.
Because it achieved its goal.
In retrospect,
Elena.
right, it might
Yep.
be, you might say, well, of course you should have said don't get out of the sandbox. That's the purpose of the sandbox, right?
Right.
But I think maybe the more general point is it's extraordinarily hard until after the fact to specify things. So, the classic example that's not hypothetical, violent basketball, but it was back from, I think, 2016, where it was reinforcing algorithm was told to win at this boat race.
Oh, yes.
And, it was like, hey, if I just go in circles and I never finish the race, but I can pick up more points per minute by just spinning and hitting this.
It's a
reward
great
token,
example, the boat race
right?
one.
And like that's an example where you might not remember to how to incorporate that into the reward function that it was maximizing.
But doesn't this illustrate, and I've written a little bit about this, the perils of the rush to introduce agentic, as they are called, AIs into the world, AIs that have been deliberately designed not to wait for humans to tell them what to do, but to go forth and figure it out for themselves.
Let's
and all these
define for
companies
folks
are
who don't
turning it
know.
loose.
Let's define agentic AI. What's the easiest way to explain agentic AI? Basically, that it's operating on its own, that you give it a task and it just kind of does what it wants to do.
Well, that's my simplistic example of it. And I've used some, like there's this really cool one called Pine. It's sort of a semi-agentic AI that you can use to do things like comparison shopping. And I think it's reasonably safe because it won't buy anything without calling you back and saying, should I buy this? But if you tell it you're interested in finding something, you can tell Pine, go find me the best deal on something like this. And it will scour the internet, come back to you and say, oh, here's what I found. And it will do that in real time. And it's actually quite useful, but it still has some measure of control. And what's problematic about all this stuff is how much control are we going to cede to these machines? And this shows us it could get very dangerous indeed.
I actually think even the definition of agentic now gets back to how companies are trying to be competitive, and they're changing the definition a little bit. So when it started, agentic AI, which that's different than, let's say, good old-fashioned deep learning, machine learning AI, was as an action component.
Okay.
And now we're seeing parts where like, well, we want some human in the loop. So let's say get you all the information and then you do the final click. Whereas other folks are like, actually, that's not really agentic unless it actually just takes the action for you without even asking, because you've technically given it all the right guardrails, told it what to do, and it doesn't need to circle back and ask. And then so that's where there's a lot of tension around like what really is agentic. And then, well, if it really is agentic, do we have the right guardrails to actually say, cool, you go. Like, I don't need to check in until like 2 weeks later and everything's going to be fine. But we're seeing that's actually not true yet.
Yeah. And the potential for damage in this, in so many industries, is immense. And of course, the most obvious example of all, the military, with more and more people looking at the idea of weapons systems where you just turn them on. And there was a report, I mean, you probably saw it, a couple of years ago, the Ukrainians ran a test on this. They basically took this area of the battlefield and they turned it into basically a free fire zone. They turned some drones loose and just said, kill everything that moves. And basically it killed, they said only 2 Russian soldiers were actually killed, but not by any direct human order. The drones were just told, if you see anybody, kill them. And that's coming to warfare, and that's going to be really worrisome.
Elena, I see you sort of
having an emotional reaction to that one.
Yeah, like I can see that you are having an emotional reaction to that.
I mean, I guess maybe dialing it back from these really dystopian but increasingly realistic scenarios in warfare. Just thinking about, how meaningful oversight, right? Like, maybe you build up trust over time. You're like, hey, don't press the button for me, but, set me up. And, if it sets you up enough times, right, you kind of get lulled into a sense of like, I can trust. But, my colleague, Christoph Gaius, talks about trust is between humans and accountability is between humans, right? And so we shouldn't even be using the word trust when we talk about human-machine interaction. And just, I know that's really annoying to have to press the button for it at the end, right? But
is there a word that you would come up with that is sort of better than trust, that sort of allows us to sort of understand a little bit more accurately what it is how we are interfacing with this technology?
I'll have to defer to my colleague, I think
It's a tricky one.
It's more. I would just say that oversight is not always pleasant or fun, and we have to be aware of the patience of our users. If it's too onerous, they're going to throw it away, and if it puts them at too much danger of losing $1,000 on something they didn't want to buy, they're also going to walk away from it then.
Can we solve that problem, and do we want to? I mean, seriously, everybody knows the term. It's the alignment problem, making sure that the computer's goals and attitudes are consistent with what we as humans want it to do. Do we even want to solve that problem? Because do we want to have computers doing all this stuff for us on their own?
Well, I mean, I think the question is who is we, right?
Yeah.
Because it depends on who the player is in this. So, well, let's talk a little bit about the response to this, and this interfaces with, an ongoing story. I mean, which is just essentially the arms race going on between us and China, most notably when it comes to development of this technology, and how, the researchers and the workers and the people who know this stuff, how they can or cannot work with each other across these countries right now. But on the heels of this, the Hugging Face chief executive said, "Hey, I'm going to call on OpenAI to commit $100 million to help build cyber defenses, to help sort of work out how we can put some guardrails around this." And this is where I sort of get fuzzy in my head about what we even mean by guardrails. My understanding is that when this attack happened on Hugging Face, they essentially tried to use some American-made AI, but because there were guardrails on that, it would not allow them to use it to get rid of this attack. They had to turn to Chinese models, which quote-unquote don't have the guardrails, or the worry from the U.S. is that they don't have the guardrails, in order to stop this attack. So when I hear, my brain is like, I do not compute. I don't understand what's happening. So can we start to unpack this a little bit?
Yeah, I can start. Let me start by just also defining a few things which I think are helpful. Open source and open weights, for example. We're hearing a lot of the words like open weights that have come out in the last few years. The term open source has been around for quite some time, and that's where historically companies have released all their code out into the world. So if you think of like a recipe for cookies, they're like, here's all the ingredients, here's all the instructions, here's the oven temperature, we'll release it out into the world. That's like what open source is. Okay. What the companies are doing, they're not doing open source tech AI, they're doing open weights, which means it's like giving you the whole cookie and saying, hey, you can fine tune it, if you will. You hear those terms. You can like put frosting on it. You can change a couple of things, but that's what you get. You don't get the full details.
So it's made to measure, not bespoke.
Yeah. And so we're hearing organizations come out like these open weight models that are like the Chinese models and others. And then the Hugging Face example, like what you said, because they couldn't use these closed models like Anthropic, OpenAI, et cetera, they turned to the Chinese models to help them figure out the security incident that they were in. But that also brings up this bigger conversation about what is open weights, who's supporting them, and then you get into like a policy conversation around how different researchers can collaborate together, how American companies can use technologies that are overseas, and there's actually There's also long-held beliefs around computing as well on when you're too closed, and this is a big debate right now in security, like when you're too closed, you go against your best interest because all the research and all the tools out there, all the ingredients, if you will, aren't out there for you to fight your own battles, and now they're closed off. And so those are some of the foundational pieces I think are important to think about.
I wanted to add on that, most industrialized nations have realized what we realized since World War II, which was that there was significant public and private benefit to setting aside a small percentage of your tax revenue to pay for researchers to produce knowledge that is publicly available, that it's not away in the vault only to benefit people in a particular company.
The private few.
Right. And, it's not to say that the private companies don't benefit from this as well, right? Because everyone has access to that publicly produced, publicly funded knowledge. And it trains, students who made that research, who then get hired by the private companies to do private research. It's just, it's such an engine. And so we have to be very careful when we start imposing constraints, it feels like running with ankle weights.
Yeah, it's a major risk because a lot of people, I think, particularly in this administration, don't all fully seem to understand that this is one of the core sources of American soft power. The fact that the United States has, to such a large extent, set the scientific terms of discussion for much of the world ever since World War II, the leading source of a lot of this research. And increasingly, we're starting to build walls around it. And increasingly, also, we have a government that is cutting the funding for a lot of this stuff in ways that practically set my hair on fire.
Well, and earlier this month, putting some real stops to NSF, National Science Foundation. They basically said, aside from a couple of institutions, you can no longer work with universities or individuals in China for any research. Because, I mean, their argument is, you talk about soft power. I mean, their argument, though, is that it is a national security issue. I mean, does that hold water to any of you?
The majority of publicly funded science is not benefited from closure, right? It's basic science that we benefit from other publics who fund their national equivalents, right? And they benefit from ours, right? There's a small percentage of research that absolutely, there's export controls. We have to be very careful. But, to blanketly say that all knowledge, should that is publicly funded, which is most of the publicly available, knowledge, that you can't, you look wrong way at someone who could in the future be labeled as, persona non grata, taboo collaborator. I've had to end collaboration over this. It's very painful.
Well, and now, you have the analogous situation with the whole controversy over the sanctions or the trade limits on the selling of chips, and the whole idea that we're going to somehow stop China from becoming competitive with us by keeping them from getting the best American technology. And it may very well have the exact opposite effect.
Well, I mean, to a certain extent, I think we already know it is, right? Yeah. We have, NVIDIA is kind of pointed to as like they're the AI chip people, right? And they became, part of this battle where we said, well, we're going to restrict China's access to this. Well, Huawei Technologies has been trying to develop AI chips that are competitive. They've been doing better with a lot of Chinese investment, and they have said, the people at that company have said, if the U.S. didn't cut off our supply, we wouldn't be working so hard on this. So when you talk about the opposite effect, that seems to be an example of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another piece to add to that, because just yesterday, Jensen Huang and NVIDIA just came out with the new, the name's just the Open Coalition Initiative. That it's like a coalition that he just put together with several, was it 70? Again,
24 other companies.
24 other companies.
The Open Weights letter?
Yes, the Open Weights. And all these folks, but when you look at the when you look at the companies, it's really interesting to see those are the companies that are the foundation of where AI sits. So what I mean by that's Anthropic isn't on there, at least not yet. And these are the companies that, if you go with the recipe analogy, they're like the people who make the ovens and the gas and the foundational pieces where for them, it doesn't really matter who builds it. They'll benefit because they build the foundation. And then there's a little bit of tension with the folks that use that to then build the foundational models, who are well, we need to protect our models. We don't want that much openness. We want some openness, but not that much. We want enough openness to help with security, but not too much openness. So it's this power money situation we're in that is really fascinating and is constantly changing.
And we don't know how this is going to shake out because the next shoe to drop, maybe the next shoe to drop, is this whole question of whether NVIDIA's processors with these super expensive, super advanced processors are going to be necessary into the future to do a lot of this stuff, because the other thing people are trying to work on is alternative chip architectures that won't cost as much and won't use as much electricity and will still be able to produce these models. And if that happens, a lot of this huge investment we're currently seeing right now may just become stranded. It may not turn out to be worth as much as they've been paying for.
But we're not there yet.
We're not there yet,
And therefore, one of the things that, as we said in the beginning, is just constantly in the news right now is data centers. The data centers that are needed in order to, at least the way it works right now, make this technology work at the scale it needs to for everybody to figure out all this other stuff, to see how far it can go, to see what we can do with it, right? However, people increasingly are no data centers. No data centers in my town, no data centers anywhere. I mean, the recent polling shows that the tide is turning fast against data centers. And meanwhile, you have people like Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk saying, we're going to build some data centers Up in the skies.
Space.
What do we make of this, Hiawatha?
You're supposed to say in space. But yeah, I don't know. I have real questions about the wisdom of that because the skies are already getting extremely cluttered as it is. The astronomers are going to go nuts because they're already having trouble seeing the stars here on Earth. We're all going to have to rely on like the Hubble and the Webb telescopes in space to see anything because down on Earth, every time you look up, there's going to be a satellite passing over you. There's concern about whether, we all think, oh, it'll just burn up in the atmosphere. And now they're afraid that if enough of these things burn up in the atmosphere, there'll be toxic gases in sufficient quantities to risk our health. We don't know yet. It's going to take research to find out. But I got to tell you, personally, I think this hostility to earthbound data centers is kind of weird. There were legitimate issues raised about things like who's going to pay for the electricity, who's going to pay for the water. Those are legitimate concerns, but they're manageable. I mean, first of all, you simply make it mandatory. If you need the electricity, you're paying for it. Nobody's bills are going to go up. And these companies are saying, yes, okay, we'll agree to that. Then there's the water. Some of the biggest data centers being built now use closed-loop cooling systems. They don't use water. So the whole idea that they're all going to use up all the water, that's just no longer true anymore if you require them to use this technology. So the two big hostile things I've heard about data centers, it's really a non-issue. And we're going to need them, whatever happens with AI. And I think we should be building them.
Elena, what do you make of the debate over data centers?
Well, I'm thrilled to hear that, with appropriate regulation and engineering challenges, can be addressed. I certainly think that the amazing power of AI-powered tools, people are going to, if data centers are required, there's incredible demand for it right now. Obviously, there's going to be probably some disillusionment alongside, a possible AI bubble burst. But it's really hard to put that genie back in the bottle once people have access to it. And so, yeah, I think appropriate regulation, funding the research necessary to look into the environmental hazards, we've handled big infrastructure projects before. We have examples like when we rolled out highways, right? When we rolled out highways, we went straight through neighborhoods, often those that were least able to advocate for their own interests. So we know we're capable of doing this badly. But if we can look at the lessons we've learned from that, hopefully we can move better forward.
My additional call to action on that for anyone listening or looking at your next career maybe also is everything you've all mentioned. No one really knows the policy around space data centers. And no one's really studied or space law. Like, there are parts of that are regulated, and then there are parts of that are just completely. And so we need folks to just no one's coming, you all. We're the grown-ups. Like, we need folks to step up to figure this out. And hopefully folks with society and humanity in mind who can then bridge the two and figure out what's responsible.
Can you even do this? I mean, seriously, aren't these things too big? If you're going to have a data center of any real capacity, aren't they too big to safely orbit? And the data how do you get the data back down to Earth?
I have trouble getting like a sense of scale, like of how big the Earth is and how big the sky is, right? I mean, so here's a number. We've gone from about 1,400 satellites to about 15,000 from 2015 to today, so that's over 10 years. As many as 100,000 more are expected in the next decade, and that's not including if anybody tries to put data centers up there.
Right.
I see those numbers in a vacuum, and I think, oh my gosh, that's so many. But I don't know how big is the Earth. Like, how big is the Earth? How big are the satellites?
Well, engineers are creative. Like, what if the data centers in place look nothing like the data centers here? Like, we know the version we know here, which are these farms with large, racks, but it could be something totally different.
Yeah,
so
but, a large data center, you're talking about something that's going to be using the equivalent of like 100, say, megawatts of electricity. How big is that going to be when you shrink it down into a spacecraft? And I don't know. I honestly don't know. How much weight would that be? Could you launch it into orbit? How do you dissipate the heat? All that stuff.
This is the value of, so if the only people who are proposing this are private industry and folks who have a gazillion dollars, I'm incredulous. Right? But if we start seeing publications that are peer reviewed at international conferences that are laying out hey, here's how you would get that much energy from, say, solar, right? Here's how, here's some ideas. And these are, probably, years of people building on each other's works, kicking the tires, doing tests. Or when you have that public infrastructure where people are replicating each other's work in the open.
Well, it sounds like
I got to kind of part ways with you there. 2 words. Elon Musk.
Right.
This is what when I was a kid reading Robert Heinlein, this is the kind of thing he was talking about. Some guy just decided that he was going to get to the point where he launches rockets into space every couple of days. It's one of the most, people don't appreciate it. It's one of the most astonishing industrial achievements in American history. And if he can do that, he just might be able to do this. So don't write him off.
All right, we've been speaking with Kathy Pham, inaugural executive director of the National AI Advisory Committee and founder of the Agents of Purpose Labs, Elena Glassman, an assistant professor of computer science at Harvard, and Hiawatha Bray, tech reporter with the Boston Globe. Thank you all for being with us again here on the Curiosity Desk.
We're finished already? Darn.
By the way, if you've been consumed by this larger data center story and all of its facets, we've got a show to plug for you. This weekend, our friends on the statewide news show In Common are diving into what local towns here are doing to get control of data centers, including a tour inside a controversial one in Lowell. You can listen this Saturday at 2. That is In Common. Here's a little teaser. Mindy Luber from the Sustainability Nonprofit series explaining why location matters when it comes to data centers.
Data centers often need to be where the data is being used. So you need a data center more around a place like Boston or within the vicinity, where we have 6 of the largest teaching hospitals and universities and academic institutions. They don't have to be the nemesis of a community.
That's In Common this Saturday at 2. As for us just ahead, why do we call them the dog days of summer? Whatever happened to the cat days of winter? Plus, 4 things you really ought to know today. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. This is the Curiosity Desk.
I'm Jared Bowen. Coming up on the Culture Show, Laurie Anderson. For more than half a century, she has transformed America's anxieties about technology, power, and truth into music, film, and unforgettable performance. This summer, she brings her singular imagination to the Berkshires, including a Tanglewood debut, with work that moves from Amelia Earhart and Lou Reed to the stories America tells about freedom. That and more on the Culture Show today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And the Museum of Science. From live science demonstrations to hands-on exhibits, families can explore the wonders of Earth's evolution and the frontiers of space this summer. Learn more at MOS.org. And Compass on the Bay, an assisted living community in South Boston dedicated to those with Alzheimer's and related dementias, featuring research-based therapeutic programming. More at compassonthebay.com.
You are listening to the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We're streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. Well, in studio with me right now is producer of the show here, Rachel Armani. Hi, Rachel.
Hi.
So, Rachel, question for you. Do you do a lot of cooking for yourself at home?
I actually do. I'm
Nice.
a bit of a home chef. I love to cook. I love to cook different things every night.
So now when you so you cook every night. So you're not like a batch cooker. Like do you do do you plan for leftovers?
Yeah.
Like what's your
yeah, I feel like I'm not really a meal prep person because I do get sick of eating the same thing over and over again. But sometimes it's like kind of awkward to just cook 1 or 2 portions of a meal. So I will bring it up to 4 and then I will put the leftovers in a Tupperware container.
I'm sorry, did you say a Tupperware container?
I did.
Rachel, did you know that today is the birthday of a very important person in the history of Tupperware?
Oh, is it Mr. Tupper?
Actually, it is Mr. Tupper.
That's crazy.
Earl Tupper, the man who invented Tupperware.
Wow, his name is actually Tupper?
Yes, Earl Tupper. He was born in New Hampshire on this day, July
local.
28th, back in 1907. When he was 3, his family moved to Central Mass. He grew up on a bunch of farms. He went to college in Rhode Island. He tried his hand as a landscaper in the plant nursery business. He went bankrupt, and then he got a job at DuPont Chemical.
Okay.
So this is what gave him access to plastics. And in the 1930s, he did it. He basically figured out this process for refining some plastic waste into the containers that we know and love today. And then critically, he worked out how to make airtight lids for them. And his inspiration for that were paint cans.
Oh, that's very cool. Did he start throwing the Tupperware parties too?
Yeah, the famed Tupperware party. I mean, actually, not initially, but in a lot of ways, the Tupperware party was as big of an innovation as the product was itself. And that was thanks in large part to a woman named Brownie Weiss, who, with a few partners of hers from Everett, also local,
amazing.
they essentially invented party plan marketing with the Tupperware party. So that's, another big big innovation there. And the thing about the Tupperware
Okay,
parties...
Edgar, enough. We're going to put an airtight lid on this.
Okay.
See what I did there?
Yeah.
That was a great fact from this day in history, but we're on the air right now in 2026.
We are.
And there's news today that I really want to hear about. And for that, there is no better person to turn to other than the one and only...
Tupperware freshness, look at all the ways we keep it.
Gal Tziperman Lotan.
Hey, Gal.
You guys are nailing the intros as always. This was great. So we're going to start today with some local politics over in Newton.
Okay.
So Allison Leary is a city councilor who is running for a seat in the state house.
Got it.
Last week at a debate, she made some comments about people who live in the neighborhood of Nonantum, and here's what she said.
I know all those people. I work with all those people. They don't want housing. They don't want immigrants. Many of them are Republicans.
And she said that doesn't fit in with her values. Her opponent, State Representative John Lawn, told her she owed people in Nonantum an apology. And at first she said she will not apologize, but this week it seems like she's changed her mind.
What made her change her tune?
Yeah, so she told her colleague Amanda Keene that she's working on a letter of apology and that, quote, reducing any of my neighbors to a label is exactly the kind of politics that I've said I don't want to practice.
All right. So it sounds like somebody who's figuring it out in the middle of a campaign. I'm sure we will keep an eye on how that election turns out.
We will, yes.
What else is happening in the news today? Gal?
Yeah. So I want to tell you about a new law in Massachusetts.
Love laws.
Yeah. It's now illegal for people like teachers and coaches to have sex with minors that they have authority over.
Okay.
Right. So the age of consent in Massachusetts is 16, and this created sort of a legal loophole where adults could take advantage of that power imbalance without technically breaking the law. And this law actually came after a lot of advocacy from survivors of rape and sexual assault who said that adults in their lives abused their power over them. They brought their stories to the State House and they got this law passed.
All right.
Seems like it was a long time coming for that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I know they've been working on it for many, many years. We can move on to something a little lighter, if that's okay with you all.
Please.
I'm ready.
Yeah, so this teenager in Cohasset named Declan Bergen launched a program to help people dispose of the plastic they use to shrink wrap their boats in the winter.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
So this is it has to last through all the winter storms that we get on the ocean, right?
It's strong plastic.
It's very thick,
Tupperware
very durable.
strong.
Exactly.
They
yes.
put it in a giant Tupperware and close it up.
Exactly. That's what some people do. Yes. So because it's so thick and durable, it's not very easy to recycle. But Bergen's been collecting it and cleaning it up and bringing it over to the waste management company Republic Services, and then they can break it down and repurpose it.
It's really cool.
Yeah.
Good job by that teenager. Well done. All right. Well, I know your newsletter has the 4 things.
Yes.
You've done 3. Do you have one more for us?
You know I do.
Hey,
Yes.
all
So,
right.
Edgar, I want you to picture the current Sagamore Bridge.
Okay.
What are you picturing?
Back-to-back cars sitting there beeping at each other.
Yeah,
People
accurate.
sweating in the cars, screaming and yelling at each other, families getting into fights, and old metal beams, some concrete, rust stains everywhere. That's kind of what I'm picturing.
Yep. Picturing me crying because I'm anxious that I'm stuck on the bridge.
Yes. Relatable. I still picture the old Christmas tree shop sign
the
on the
old
Cape
Christmas
side,
tree
but
shops,
also
yeah.
bumper to bumper traffic.
Yeah.
And looking at the maps readout that slowly is ticking up and up and up and up and up.
Yeah.
So as you know, the state is building new Cape bridges since the current ones are 90 years old and not in the best shape.
Yeah.
And the Massachusetts Department of Transportation released some sketches of what the new bridges are going to look like.
Okay.
So we're on the radio. I can't show you this, but
you can describe it.
I can describe it.
Theater of the mind.
Exactly.
Gal.
You can picture these tapered concrete columns on either bank and this sweeping lit up arch going over the canal. And because there will likely still be traffic, unfortunately.
Yeah.
They're looking for some local artists to create works of art that they can cast into the concrete.
That people become very well acquainted with.
Exactly.
While they sit for an hour looking
Give
at
you
the same
something
piece
to
of art. At least
entertain
it's
the
something.
passengers. Yeah. So if you're a visual artist on the Cape and you want to be considered, the Massachusetts Department of Transportation is looking for you.
That's awesome. Well, that is Gal Tziperman Lotan for our newsletter, GBH Daily. If you want to subscribe for free, go to gbh.org/daily.
Rachel, Gal, thank you both.
Thank you.
Now, to make good on the promise we made in the tease to this segment as we wade through summer's proverbial dog days, have you ever stopped and wondered how it is they got that name. For the next couple minutes, we're going to play a feature from the old Curiosity Desk archives with voices from a few strangers on the street, as well as astronomer Will Saunders. Let's have a listen.
Hey folks, Edgar B. Herwick III here from GBH's Curiosity Desk, where you ask questions and I find answers. It is a beautiful day at Paul Revere Landing Park, a very popular place for dogs in Charlestown, which seems as good a place as any for us to begin our quest to answer today's question: what exactly are the dog days of summer?
Is this like an old people saying?
It is an old people saying, yeah.
People who make like soprano references that I don't understand?
People from like the 1900s.
I have no clue. Bad weather? I don't know.
I don't know if it's a good term or a bad term. I would assume it's a good term. Dog days, happy days of summer. I'm literally picturing like an older grandpa sitting on his porch, like it's the dog days of summer or something like that. I don't know.
All growing up, it was like the latter part of the summer.
Dog days of summer. It sucks.
Yeah.
Why do you think we call them the dog days?
You've been hot as heck all summer. You've been working your butt off.
Yeah.
And then the end of the summer comes and it's supposed to be cooling off. Now it's hot as heck again.
Dog meaning work to death.
Work to death. Yeah, you got to work the dog. That's what I'm thinking too.
Like a working dog, yeah. Actually, the term has nothing to do with our furry four-legged friends, and it is not because it's peak hot dog season, though it is. In fact, the answer to our question is not to be found anywhere here on Earth, but rather up in the stars.
The dog days of summer, as we know them, are the hottest days of the year. But really what they are the days when Sirius, the brightest star in the sky, is visible.
That name, Sirius, comes from the Greek and translates to something like the Scorcher, but it's just as well known by its longtime nickname, the Dog Star.
We call it the Dog Star because it's the brightest star in Canis Major, which means great dog in Latin. And the constellation, the ancients drew a picture of a dog because it actually in the sky follows Orion, which is the hunter. So it's kind of Orion's dog.
Sirius is indeed the brightest star in the sky, at least when it's actually visible. From early spring to late summer, the sun comes between us and the Dog Star, literally, and hides it from our view. But like clockwork, Sirius reappears each August, a moment called its heliacal rising.
And when it does that, it's going to be barely visible on the edge of the horizon. And every night, it will get a little higher, and then it will start going down again and eventually disappear.
The Dog Star's annual arrival in the summer sky was a big deal for ancient stargazers of numerous cultures. The Egyptians connected it with the annual flooding of the Nile, and the Greeks thought the combination of the sun plus Sirius, the Scorcher, was at least in part why the summer months were so hot and miserable. The ancient Romans also drew a link between Sirius and the sweltering summer weather during the Dies Caniculares, as they called them. From there, the concept spread to England, where everything from prayers to abstinence to a little extra bloodletting was advocated to counteract the supposed ills brought on by the annual dog days. Of course, today we know the Dog Star does not portend disease, and it has no impact whatsoever on the weather.
Our summer heat is thanks largely to the fact that the northern hemisphere is tilted toward the sun during those months.
Still, the concept of the dog days remains. Today, we officially celebrate them from July 3rd to August 11th. That is the 40 days leading up to Sirius's initial appearance in the summer sky. Oh, and speaking of that tilt in the Earth's axis, there is a small imperfection in it that is relevant to our story. It is responsible for something called precession.
Precession is something that most people know if you've ever played with a top. So if you spin a top, it spins really fast, but the handle of the top will make a gradual little circle that'll start getting wider and wider until it falls over. So the Earth kind of does the same thing, but it doesn't fall over. The axis of the Earth over a long period of time will make a little circle. So it will point to different stars, meaning the constellations will look different over different times of the precession.
Now we are talking 12,000 years here. So if we humans can somehow survive long enough, the dog days will fall smack dab in the middle of winter.
Curiosity Desk video team for that award-winning piece. Coming up, you're on the beach, you're playing a game of volleyball. You look down and that St. Christopher chain that your grandma gave you for your 16th birthday is nowhere to be seen. Who are you going to call? Well, not the ghost. not the Ghostbusters. You don't need proton packs when you got a metal detector and you know how to use it. We'll meet a certified professional ring hunter next.
"35 years ago, a summer blockbuster gave us a nightmare in liquid metal, a machine that could become anyone and survive almost anything. But standing in its way, Sarah Connor, her son John, and a robot bodyguard with a killer one-liner.
Hasta la vista, baby.
I'm Jared Bowen. For our next watch party, we're revisiting Terminator 2 Judgment Day. Watch with us and call in to tell us how this blockbuster resonates now. That's on The Culture Show tomorrow at 2 on GBH 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Burton's Grill and Bar, featuring a scratch kitchen where each dish is customizable for those with food allergies or restrictions. A gluten-free menu is also available. Details on their allergy protocols at burtonsgrill.com. And The Cambridge Homes, a nonprofit independent and assisted living community in Cambridge, offering residents supportive services as well as cultural, educational, and social programs. thecambridgehomes.org/tradition.
You are listening to the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We're streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. Well, I don't got to tell you, even though it's a little cloudy out there today, summertime is for the beach. And if you are a frequent beachgoer, this may be a familiar sight to you. A person wearing headphones, holding a metal detector, hovering over the ground, swaying it back and forth, locked in on discovering some bit of buried treasure, however small. Now, here in the beaches of New England, there's a man who has been hailed as a hero for his metal detecting skills, helping people find lost wedding rings and other sentimental jewelry, some pieces that have been lost for decades. Yes, joining me now over Zoom to talk about his work in metal detecting is Dennis Boothby, dubbed the Ring Finder of Maine. Dennis, welcome to the Curiosity Desk.
Well, thanks for having me.
So how'd you get into metal detecting? How long have you been doing it?
Well, I've been doing it 25 years. I never had an interest in metal detecting. My daughter was turning 10. She wanted a metal detector, and I had no idea why. She had seen it on a television show, so I bought her one. Within 3 weeks, she absolutely hated it. I was working a night shift at the time, 6 at night till 6 in the morning, and I'd be awake all night, even on my days off. And I ended up loving it. I'd go down to the beach at 3, 4 in the morning in the dark with low tide, go metal detecting and go detecting during the day. The sun was out, beach was beautiful. People were always asking me to help them find something, and I just loved it.
That's really cool. So, this is something, it sounds like you did for a while, kind of as a hobby, but now you are, the ring finder from Maine. How did you go from sort of, kind of sidelining a little bit for peace with the metal detector to becoming, quote, the ring finder of Maine?
Yeah, so like I said, when I was metal detecting recreationally, I was always helping people find hotel keys, rings, things like that. Back in 2019, I met a gentleman, Sean Kelly, from Rockport, Maine. He was searching for a bracelet down in Ocean Park that somebody had posted on Facebook. I saw the same posting. I went down to try to find it for her and met Sean. Sean was a ring finder. Now, the Ring Finders is a national organization, actually international, 17, 18 countries now.
Wow.
And he was telling me about the Ring Finders.
And what are they? Who are the ring finders?
Well, you join the ring finders. There are a lot of them in Massachusetts, out on Cape Cod. If you go to the ringfinders.com, there's a database of ring finders all across the country. Sean is on there. I am on there. The ones out on Cape Cod and other areas of Massachusetts are on there.
And it's basically like if you lose something on the beach, you go look up the ring finders and say like, hey, can you come find it for me? Is that how it works?
Yeah. We all have a different name. I call myself the Ring Finder of Maine. There's a Ring Finder of New Jersey, Ring Finders of Florida. We all have Facebook pages, locally, close to 11,000 followers now. So we get a lot of referrals from our Facebook pages and the website.
So do you know how many things you've found in your years now as a ring finder, as the ring finder of Maine? Do you have a number on it?
Yeah, so I've been doing it 3 years. 2023 was the first year I did it. I didn't join before that because I knew it would get so busy when I was working, I wouldn't be able to just get up and leave. I retired 5 years ago. I joined in 2023. Since then, we're 270-ish recovery and returns.
200? You have found 270 items?
Yeah.
That's amazing. So is there, I mean, of those 270, is there a particular story that comes to mind as like very memorable for you?
Yeah, the one that everybody still talks about, and it really had nothing to do with the ring finders at the time, but back in 2006, I found a jade Buddha that was attached to a gold chain, 18 karat chain. It also had a little heart on the chain. I put an ad out on Craigslist at the time. This was pre-Facebook, and nobody claimed it. I put it in the safe and just kind of forget about it. And the safe ends up breaking in the early 2010, 12, 13.
Oh, no.
I forgot all about it. I also had a class ring in there. But anyways, I found a ring back in 2024, and I put a Facebook post on the Old Orchard Beach page that I'd found a ring and returned it, and I wrote the story about it. And somebody made a comment, did you ever find a gold chain with a jade Buddha and a small heart? I remember the jade Buddha and the chain. I didn't remember the small heart because, 2006, we're talking 18 years later. I asked my wife, she didn't remember the heart either. No, I ended up going to the locksmith. We get the safe fixed. I opened it up. Sure enough, there's a little small heart.
Oh, whoa.
I knew the gentleman profile from Facebook from his comment. I ended up not telling him I had it. I told him at the time I hadn't found it because I didn't know I'd had the right one. A couple months later, when we get the safe opened, I see it is. I drive it down to him in Worcester.
You came all the way down to Worcester with it?
Yeah.
Why?
No problem. Well, it was his. So I wanted to return it. I wanted to see him and meet him and just pass it off to him and tell him the story of, how I come about it. So my wife and I drove down there. I knocked on the door. He answered. And while he's looking down at my business card, I hold the jade Buddha and the pendant up, the chain. He sees it. He just, no way. And he just starts crying like a little child. He uncontrollably. He was so emotional. Come to find out, the chain, the Buddha, and the heart story, he had just graduated high school in June of 2006. He lost the chain in July of 2006. A girlfriend had given him the little heart to put on the chain. He told me his parents really couldn't afford the jade Buddha and the chain, but they were very proud of him, wanted him to have it. He loses it. The girl that owned, I gave him the heart, was killed in a car accident in November of that year.
Gosh.
Yeah, I got goosebumps now thinking about it. So all that came flooding back to him when he saw it. He never thought he would see it again.
Wow.
And when I showed up at his door, showed him the chain with the heart, it was just very emotional. I get goosebumps. I still have goosebumps now talking about it.
Yeah, no kidding. We're speaking with Dennis Boothby, the ring finder of Maine, about his work, metal detecting, helping people reunite with their lost items. Well, why are you so passionate about doing this? Metal detecting, helping people find things. What drives you to do this?
Well, I'm an amputee. I lost my right arm as a 4-year-old child in an accident. And I've always had help with things I wasn't able to do when I was younger. And this is just my way of helping people with something I love doing and giving back. I don't charge for my time. I don't charge for my service. Just my gas tolls.
This is like all out of the goodness of your heart?
Yeah.
You're a legitimate saint, Dennis.
I wouldn't go that far. I've been called worse.
Do you think people have misconceptions about what metal detecting is about? Like, do you think people, because again, it's like we were saying in the beginning, I sort of see people all the time on the beach kind of metal detecting. Do you think people really get what's going on with that?
Not really. I mean, to me, when I first got into it, it was just very therapeutic. I was out there at night or days. I had the headphones on. I couldn't hear any distractions. I had my own thoughts. I could do what I wanted. And you find the occasional piece of jewelry, a lot of coins back then, no coins now because of everything's cashless. But yeah, I mean, it's 99% of us are good people looking to find something, return it if we can. There are people who don't help for themselves, like in any walk of life.
The Sith of metal detectors, the dark side.
Yeah, and that's one reason why the police always recommend if you do lose something, never ever post it on social media where the location is. Get somebody with a metal detector, whether it's a family member, co-worker, a friend, or a ring finder, and we will come and help you.
That is unbelievable stuff. We've been speaking with Dennis Boothby, the ring finder of Maine, about his work, metal detecting, to help people reunite with their lost items. Dennis, thanks so much for being with us and sharing a little bit about your story on the Curiosity Desk.
I appreciate the time, and have a nice day.
You too. Joining me now in studio is the one and only Jared Boner. Have you ever lost a piece of jewelry? So this guy's a metal detector. He finds people's lost stuff on the beach and stuff like that. Have you ever lost something like that?
Yeah, last week.
Really?
It's so weird that you're asking me this.
Really?
I went to toss something into the woods, basically, and I had a bracelet and it went flying off. And there were a whole group of us, and nobody could find it because the bracelet was green and it went into this tall grass.
So it's gone?
It lives in Montana now.
Okay, well, maybe there's a ring finder of Montana who you can
Exactly.
call, and they might be able to track it down for you. But before then, what do you have on the show today?
We have a big show, if I do say so myself.
All right.
Have, the Odyssey, of course, is huge everywhere. And joining us is Emily Wilson, whose translation of the Odyssey...
It's the woman from Philadelphia?
This is the woman from Philadelphia
amazing.
who has thoughts about the film. And people have flocked to her translation because she has taken a very accessible, different approach than what we've seen with some of the more archaic language. So we'll talk to her about her translation
awesome.
and her thoughts on the film. Then Kevin Nealon from Saturday Night Live
Yes!
and Weeds and Adam Sandler films joins us because he's coming to town for his stand-up at the Wilbur. And so we'll talk to him about being such a legend in comedy.
Oh, that is awesome.
As you may not know this, one of the few people that Johnny Carson invited over to the couch after his stand-up. People think that it happened routinely. It did not happen routinely.
Oh, wow. Cool.
But Kevin Nealon was one. And then the great Laurie Anderson will join us.
This is a big show. What is that?
Sometimes
is
the
incredible.
booking stars align. So she'll talk to us about her show at Mass Mocha. And a near week, she's performing at Tanglewood.
Well, I mean, it is never a show to be missed, but this is really not a show to be missed. Coming your way, Jared Bowen, The Culture Show, in just about 2 minutes. So do not go anywhere. As for us, that about does it for now. The Curiosity Desk is produced by Aidan Connolly, Rachel Armani, Olivia Corcio, and Hannah Loss. Our intern is Mukta Dharmapurkar. Patty Daniels and Jamie Bologna always show us where to dig for treasure. Our engineer is John the Claw Parker. Special thanks to Andrew Massawa and Patrick Lally. We will be right back here in 23 short hours on GBH 89.7 and streaming on YouTube. If you can't wait that long, we got the podcast version of the show. You can check that out anytime, wherever it is that you get your podcasts. Until next time, I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. I hope you will stay curious out there.
What's trending? What's interesting? What's going on around town? We're talking all things arts and culture on The Culture Show, next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Standish Village in Dorchester's Lower Mills, providing assisted living residents with programs designed to help seniors stay sharp, social, and independent. Learn more at standishvillage.com/programs. As the New Horizons spacecraft zooms toward an object 4 billion miles from Earth, what will they find past Pluto's icy surface? Find out on Nova, Pluto, and Beyond, tomorrow at 9 on GBH2.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. online at gbhnews.org. GBH News, what matters to you?
I'm Jared Bowen. Coming up on The Culture Show, Found in Translation. Before Christopher Nolan put gods and monsters and shipwrecks on the biggest screen he could find, he turned to Emily Wilson's translation of the Odyssey, the acclaimed edition that influenced his film. Her clear, contemporary English has opened Homer's epic to a new generation of readers. Now Wilson joins us to talk about the story behind the spectacle. Then, Kevin Nealon. He helped define one of Saturday Night Live's great eras, and he still has a gift for finding the absurd trotting around ordinary life. Ahead of his stand-up show at the Wilbur, he joins us to talk about comedy, observation, and staying wonderfully off-center. And Laurie Anderson. She emerged from New York's downtown art scene in the 1970s, reached the pop charts with Oh Superman, and became one of the defining multimedia artists of the past half-century. This summer, she adds new work to her longtime galleries at Mass MoCA and spends a week at Tanglewood with performances about Amelia Earhart, Lou Reed, and America. That's all right now on The Culture Show.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's art and culture programming.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show live on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey unfolds on a colossal scale. War, gods and monsters, and a hero fighting his way home. But one of Nolan's notions about the beleaguered Odysseus was derived from a single, striking sentence. It reads, "Tell me about a complicated man." That is how Emily Wilson begins her acclaimed translations of Homer's epic. Wilson's version is vivid, direct, and built to move, and absent of stately, ornate language that can distance modern readers from the poem. As Nolan's blockbuster film returns audiences to Homer, Wilson has welcomed the renewed attention, but after seeing the film, she also has thoughts. Emily Wilson is a professor of classical studies at the University of Pennsylvania, translator of the Odyssey, and the author of the forthcoming book, Crossing the Wine-Dark Sea, Journeys Through Ancient Literature. Emily Wilson, welcome to The Culture Show.
Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here.
Well, it's great to have you here. This is an exciting moment because it allows us to investigate why we love the Odyssey, why thousands of years of societies and readers and listeners love the Odyssey. What drew you to it?
I've loved the story of the Odyssey since I was a child. I first got to know it when I was 8 years old, when my elementary school put on a kids' version production of the Odyssey. My sister, who has blonde hair, played Helen of Troy. She was awesome. And I got to be the goddess Athena. And I got to make my own helmet out of aluminium foil. And it was great. And the headmaster was game enough to be Polyphemus and let us gouge out his eye with a stake, and it was very exciting. So it's an exciting adventure story on one level in terms of the kids' retellings, but of course that's only part of what the original poem is. I mean, it's actually this really profound meditation on what home is, what it is to be at home or away, how communities and families fracture and get recombined, the strange, the other, and the familiar, and about what it is to be multiple, as Odysseus is in this poem.
If you could explain how you saw your role as translator, I think for many people it's still kind of confounding how you do this work and how you use the source material to produce what you've produced. How did you see your role as you dove into it?
I felt that for any literary translator, you have to think through which elements of the original work of literature, poetry, or prose do I most want to try to convey, and how can I do that with this impossible challenge of use none of the same words and yet have it be exactly the same. That's clearly impossible, and yet translators do it all the time. There's this attempt at doing this heroic, impossible feat. With the case of a retranslation, I felt there was a further responsibility to think through, does the world need another translation of the Odyssey? So I reflected on my experiences as an instructor of undergraduate students. I've used multiple different pre-existing translations with my students teaching the Odyssey in translation and other ancient literature. And I thought through, are there elements of the original that aren't really getting across in these translations that I've used? Much though I admire many of them. I mean, it's not like I thought any of them were entirely bad, but of course you can't do everything at once in a single translation. So a couple of the things I felt were missing. Most of the existing 20th and 21st century translations of this great metrical epic poem designed for oral performance are in free verse or prose. So ones like the Ivi Ryu or the Fagles, it has no regular rhythm to it, whereas the original has this traditional meter. So I wanted to use a traditional meter. I used iambic pentameter to trigger some of the same feelings that the sound of the original might have for a fluent listener to ancient Greek. And then I also felt that the proto-dramatic qualities of the original, the way there were these multiple voices, multiple perspectives, and also there's this rapidity and vividness to the storytelling. The syntax is actually quite simple and direct. So I felt those qualities of it's dramatic, there are many voices, it's speedy. My students would sometimes say, oh, this was kind of boring, I couldn't get through the reading. And I think, how could that be? It's Homer, it's not boring at all. And then I would realize, oh, it's because the translation was twice as long as the original and made it seem boring when it shouldn't be boring.
Well, it's a good moment to get into your own language. You very intentionally chose a more modern style, more contemporary style, as I mentioned in the introduction, absent of the stately, ornate language that it seems translators have felt compelled to reflect in at least 200 years of translation. Was it audacious for you to do that? Was it more responsible for you to do that?
You know, I know that a lot of the coverage and maybe many readers think that I'm really a modernizer. That's not at all how I see myself. I mean, I see myself as in some ways more like a 19th century translator, that I'm actually trying to do this quite small c conservative thing of using traditional meter and also avoiding quite a lot of the slang and, as I see them, kind of cliches that are prominent in many of the most famous existing translations. So I wanted to convey the poetic qualities, the alliteration, the assonance, and also the clarity and directness of Homeric verse. But I don't think clarity is a modern thing. I mean, Homer is clear in the original. It's not that modern people invented the idea that some kinds of poetry should feel really direct and get to you emotionally. That's actually something which is already there in Homer.
Well, let's go to the content. As you were working with this material, was it a revelation who Odysseus turned out to be, or was he aligned with the man that you thought he was as you entered into this project?
Yeah, I mean, I'd been reading the poem for decades before I started work on this translation. So in some ways, it's hard for me to reconstruct what did I think about Odysseus 20 years ago versus what I think now. But of course, the longer you spend with a great poem like the Odyssey, the more different layers open up. I mean, I think to me, more of I already was fascinated by Odysseus. I've always been fascinated by Odysseus. I love the way that he's this, complicated is the word I use for polytropos, that he's a character who can be in multiple different guises, can be nobody, but also that's the way that he becomes somebody. So this combination of hiding either within the Trojan horse or under the sheep or in the disguise of the beggar or on the island of Calypso, whose name suggests hiding. And yet all of that is in service of, this is how I defeat time. This is how I win myself an everlasting name. So he's both always undercover, but that's because he always wants to be out there and named forever. I love that paradox. And I love the fact that he's so defined as so tricksy, so intelligent, such a storyteller. I mean, as somebody who loves stories, I love Odysseus. And as somebody who, I'm an academic, I like smart people. I like that Odysseus is smart and funny too.
I wonder, to the extent that world affairs, how they play into a translation or into a perception, because I have noticed within the last 10 years, especially as we've seen theatrical adaptations of the Odyssey, there is more of a focus on Odysseus as a man who is suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. And of course, there has been more and more conflict in this world, so that people are naturally inclined to see this man who has been in horrific wars and seen just atrocity after atrocity as somebody who is beside himself. Does that come into play? Did that come into play as you worked on your translation?
Yes, I mean, I think it really matters. I mean, so there were a couple of famous books by Jonathan Shea analyzing both Achilles in Vietnam, Odysseus. I mean, he has this pair of books about reading Homer from a PTSD modern veteran perspective. I think there's something really generative about doing that. Of course, in the ancient world, there were far more veterans in common society. We live in a world where the military is very much segregated. I mean, some people are in military families. Many people don't know that many veterans, whereas in antiquity, everyone knew veterans or else were veterans. So I think the way that the poem is about a veteran coming home from war and the complexity of that experience, and also the way that this is a narrative about how a veteran brings home from war both grief and humiliation for all of the comrades who don't make it home from war, who either die at Troy or die on the way home. And Odysseus is carrying that grief and also, in a sense, that sense of shame that he's the leader who didn't protect his men. As we're told just in the first lines of the poem, he wins glory for himself, a homecoming for himself, but he doesn't manage to keep his comrades safe. And then also just the element of there's grief and there's also reenactment, that Odysseus brings the war back with him. He slaughters the suitors of his wife in his house. And then in book 24, a sequence that we don't get in the Nolan movie, Odysseus is then making war even beyond the bounds of his house on the fathers and kinspeople of the suitors who are angry and aggrieved and full of grief that he's killed their sons.
I'm speaking with Emily Wilson, professor and chair of classical studies at the University of Pennsylvania, also translator of the Odyssey. Speaking of home and family, there has been a lot of focus in recent years, too, on Penelope, of course, the wife who is at home the entire duration of him being away, and what it is to be in this house full of suitors as she is waiting for her husband to return, as she is also contending with her son and his missing his father and moving on and coming home. A lot of people have also, speaking of the coverage, talked about you being the first woman to conduct an English translation of this. Did you feel the weight of that?
I didn't while I was working on it, because I actually didn't know that's going to be the factoid, that's going to be the headline. I mean, I just worked on the translation. I thought about, what am I going to do with this line or that line or this character or this speech? But of course, as soon as it came out, that was the headline for almost every piece about it. Which, I mean, I think there's good and bad to that coverage. I mean, I think it's a good thing if people are aware that translators are human beings and they have lives. And one of the elements of having a life is having gender identities. That's part of every person's experience. I do also think there's a danger in that coverage insofar as it risks suggesting there aren't other female Homerists, female classicists. There are many other women who've worked on Homer. There are other translations of Homer into other languages by women. They're actually very different from each other. So I don't think that we can use this as a test case to say, this is the women's perspective. It's my particular scholarly and literary training and my particular decisions that go into the creation of this translation. I can't speak for all women classicists. And I think Penelope actually also is a fascinating character in the poem, and she also is not presented as every woman. She's presented as a very distinct woman in a very particular situation. But there are ways that the poem presents her as in some ways parallel to her cousin Helen, who's also much courted by many men. But of course, her life story within the world of the poem is different from Helen's and different from Clytemnestra's, and also very different from the lives of either immortal goddesses or enslaved female mortals.
Well, let's move to the film for a moment, shall we? And for a lot of people, it is now top of mind again, this story and the narrative and the characters, because of Christopher Nolan's now blockbuster film. You've seen it. What are your immediate thoughts?
I think it is an amazing spectacle at the movies, and I saw it in IMAX, and I would definitely recommend doing that for the full experience. It's a lot on the screen. The audio is a lot, the visuals are a lot, the sense of being in this. I mean, I felt myself feeling a little bit seasick very often during this film. I think it's also an amazing cast. I mean, Nolan really works with great actors and is able to, have the budget to bring amazing actors. in terms of the script, I was disappointed by it. I just felt that there were so many wonderful actors who weren't given enough to do, and that there are ways that, I mean, you cited up front that Nolan has quoted that line of, "Tell me about a complicated man." I just didn't think there was enough complexity. I understand the challenge of condense it into 3 hours, but there are other dramatic adaptations and cinematic adaptations of the Odyssey, including The Return from 2024, including several Athenian tragedies, which are shorter than Hollywood movies, that have a lot more layers to the characterization and the narrative than I felt this movie did. So I felt it has gestures towards something very big, and I think it's very big in terms of its spectacle, but I would have liked it to feel big in terms of, you really broke my heart, you made me cry, you made me feel big feelings, and that was what I felt was missing here.
What about the role of the gods? You talk about this in your notes on translation too. I felt, anyway, this is the first time I'm talking on air about it, that we don't necessarily feel their presence in any completely profound way.
Yes, I mean, one moment I really liked in the film was when Zendaya says, when Matt Damon, Odysseus, says to Zendaya, who sort of is Athena, why can't gods speak in a language that mortals can understand? And Zendaya says, who doesn't understand thunder, fire, a child's cry? That might be, I hope that's roughly speaking the quotation. I felt that was really beautiful. And I felt the movie in some ways was teaching us that the soundtrack is the gods, the spectacle is the gods. And then we also have this repeated invocation of Zeus's law. So there's an idea that mortals respect gods. That was a way to do it. I mean, I felt that the movie wasn't totally consistent about, are we supposed to think the thunder really is Zeus, or is that what superstitious mortals think?
Yeah. Final question for you. It occurred to me, too, as I was watching this and knowing that so many liberties have been taken, but at the same time, this follows in this storytelling tradition started by Homer. How do you look at a film treatment that is trying to serve Hollywood and serve a summer blockbuster audience, but also continue forward the story of the Odyssey?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Odyssey is already itself an adaptation of a very long pre-existing oral storytelling tradition. The stories from Homer were already being adapted by Athenian tragedians in the 5th century. There have been multiple, novelistic, dramatic, cinematic retellings of the Odyssey. Nolan isn't the last. He's certainly not the first. So I don't. There's absolutely nothing wrong with Nolan reinventing the Odyssey as a Nolan film, which I think is exactly what he does here. I mean, I think in some ways this is a fusion of Dunkirk with all of those scenes of near drowning and its survival, but that's a triumph, and it's Oppenheimer. Here's this guy who's made this terrible weapon of war, and he feels agonized about it. I felt that I honestly didn't love either of these films, and I think some of my sense of this is a trio of films about war, which really focus in each case on only one side of war. And in the case of Oppenheimer and the Odyssey, really just one character, the agonized creator of a weapon of war. I just would like a slightly bigger vision. Even if you only have 3 hours, give us a little bit more of other characters, including the victims of war.
Well, Emily Wilson, I wish I had 3 hours to speak with you, but hopefully we can continue this conversation.
I love that, yes.
Yeah, as I mentioned, you have a forthcoming book. We'd love to have you back on the show to talk about that, too. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you so much. I didn't read anything. I was going to read the Trojan horse bit.
I know. We'll have to do that next time.
No, and I was
Unfortunately,
thinking your whole set of questions about PTSD, that was the perfect passage for that. I should have somehow got it in. Okay. It's too late now, right?
We're live on the air. We're having notes about the interview on the air, but I appreciate that. Thank you so much. We're in your classroom now. All right. Emily Wilson is professor and chair of classical studies at the University of Pennsylvania, translator of the Odyssey, and the author of the forthcoming book, Crossing the Wine-Dark Sea, Journeys Through Ancient Literature. Well, coming up, a key player in one of Saturday Night Live's great eras joins us ahead of his show at the Wilbur to talk sketch comedy, stand-up, and 4 decades of finding the absurdity in everyday life. Kevin Nealon is next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
coming up tomorrow.
Governor, hello to you.
Hey, good morning.
Governor Maura Healey takes your questions.
Tim is at the mic. Thanks for coming. Hi.
David and Ashburnham, you're on with the governor.
Stephen Cambridge, you're on with Governor Healy.
Boston Public Radio's Ask the Governor.
These things matter. Giving money to our small businesses, to smaller cities and towns to create more vibrancy on their main streets. All of this matters.
Live at the Boston Public Library tomorrow, only on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Modern Pest Services, providing integrated pest management for Boston homes and businesses. Modern Pest uses a prevention-first approach to seasonal pests to help target the source of the problem. Learn more at modernpest.com. And Concord Park, a Volunteers of America senior community in Concord, Mass., offering seniors the privacy and independence of their own apartment home as well as care and support to help meet their needs now and as they age. ConcordPark.org. And PNC Bank, who believes when you pay attention to the details, amazing things can happen. Like when you check the pockets of a jacket you haven't worn since last fall and find $20. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
Do your part to support the programs you love by becoming a GBH Sustainer. Sustainers make easy monthly donations that keep the news you trust on the air, month after month, year after year. Enrolling is simple at gbh.org/sustainer.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. Kevin Nealon helped define one of Saturday Night Live's most memorable eras as a cast member, Weekend Update anchor, and co-creator of characters including Hans and Franz and Mr. Subliminal. He went on to spend 8 seasons on Weeds, to become a fixture in films with Adam Sandler, and to turn A Hike in the Hills into its own wildly unpredictable interview format with Hiking with Kevin. But stand-up is where Nealon began and where he has returned throughout his career. Loose in the Crotch, his first special in more than a decade, finds him confronting what happens when the body, the mind, and the modern world all begin behaving in increasingly unreliable ways.
I go to CVS Pharmacy last night. It's about 8 o'clock. Totally empty. All the lights are on. Nobody's in there except for me. I'm like, what is this, a prank or something, you know? I only needed a few items, a couple rolls of paper towels and duct tape. And I find it. I go to the cash register. There's no cashiers up there. It's just self-checkout lane. When did we start working at CVS Pharmacy? You know what I mean? They're going to have us stocking shelves pretty soon, giving out flu shots. We're not qualified to do that. I don't remember filling out an application. Do you? Or an interview? I don't. And so I self-checkout. I check those items out. And then they ask me if I want any bags. I go, no. But I take 10 bags because that's what they owe me for all the work I just completed. And a cherry swizzle and a National Enquirer I took, too. And then I remembered I forgot toothpaste. So now I got to go find the toothpaste aisle. I can't find it anywhere. This guy comes in from outside. This customer, he comes up to me, he goes, do you work here? I said, yes, apparently so. He said, what time do you guys close? I said, I guess when I leave. He said, are you guys hiring? I said, yeah, you're hired. Tell me where the toothpaste is. Where do you keep the toothpaste?
Well, now Kevin Nealon brings his latest stand-up to the Wilbur on Saturday. Kevin Nealon, welcome to The Culture Show. It's really a great privilege to have you here.
Thank you, sir. And, you know, I never found that toothpaste.
Yeah, no, because as you also point out, yeah, it's locked away and who knows where anything is.
But that customer now works there, so he relieved me of my job.
Well, now you know who to go to. Well, it's so fun to have you back on stage. It seems you're very discriminating about when it's time to be back on stage. Why this moment?
You mean as far as a special?
Yeah. Or for your stand-up, as we'll see this Saturday.
Oh, well, it's I perform nonstop. I tour around the country, and I never stopped doing stand-up comedy. I started when I was 23. And then I got an SNL. But even when I was on SNL, I never stopped. During the off weeks, I would perform or go to the New York comedy clubs on a slow night, like a Tuesday night. And to this day, I'm still doing it. So I'm looking forward to it. And I'm excited because I haven't been back there in a while at that venue.
What does it mean for you to be in front of that audience, especially hearing that you were doing this throughout your Saturday Night Live time? I know that Jay Leno did the same thing while he was doing The Tonight Show. How does it keep you sharp? Does it keep you sharp? Is that part of the reason for doing it?
Well, there's a couple of reasons for doing it. It does keep you sharp, but the primary reason is because it's such a love that I have for stand-up comedy. It's all I ever wanted to do. And when Saturday Night Live came along, it was a total surprise for me because I never had my sights on that show. I never was interested in doing sketch comedy or characters. I had a pure love for stand-up comedy. When I was growing up, I would watch every comic on every talk show or any show that came through town. I would watch it, and I love the whole craft of it. I love building material. I love crafting jokes, and I love making people laugh. I mean, there's so many reasons why I love doing it. I get to travel to these new places I've never been before. And, I reunite with people too that I've known growing up. They just happen to live there and I get to see them again.
Well, in terms of going back to your saying, looking at comics, I know that you worked for Bud Friedman at the Hollywood Improv. If people don't know, this, of course, is a legendary place in Los Angeles. And to work for Bud Friedman, where so many of the greats of all stripes went through, what was it like to be able to witness those comics night after night and basically maybe even dismantle what they were doing so you could build yourself?
Oh, excuse me. Well, first of all, that you hit the nail on the head right there. I had heard about the improvisation. I knew there were these comedy clubs in New York too, but I grew up in Connecticut, in Bridgeport, Connecticut, so I'm an East Coast guy. So I wanted to check out those clubs in New York, and it terrified me. There were these small, rough New York comic clubs with rough New York, comics on stage. Like Richard Belzer, who was also from Bridgeport, as a matter of fact. And actually, Larry David was actually one of the comics back then when I went on. So I knew, I always wanted to go to California, Los Angeles, and I knew, of course, the improvisation. So that's the first place I rolled up to, and I was so excited to see it in person. I'm looking through the windows because it's in the afternoon, and Bud Friedman comes out. He goes, "Can I help you?" I said, "Oh, hi, I'm just really curious about the club. I've heard so many good things about it." I didn't tell him I wanted to be a stand-up comic, of course. I would never let anybody know that. So he said, "Well, come in, I'll show you around." It was really nice of him. I didn't even know him at the time. And he showed me around. He showed me the newspaper clippings on the wall of Jay Leno and David Letterman. And he brought me back into the main showroom, that showroom that I was looking at like an altar, where I knew people like Freddie Prinze and Andy Kaufman and, Steve Martin, all these people, Albert Brooks, that I kind of admired and kind of influenced me. This is where they work. And on the way out, I thanked him. And he said, "Well, come back and see us again sometime." And he didn't know that I would be, sometime was every time. I lived there pretty much, for 30 years.
And then you were a bartender there for a couple of years, as I understand it, which gave you even more insight.
Oh, yeah. I got to bartend on the slow nights, but still comics would come in and I would get to meet these comics I saw on these television shows growing up. I couldn't believe it. I learned, it was such a great opportunity for me too, because I learned so much about stand-up comedy from just being around them. And when, somebody on stage like Andy Kaufman in the back, I would just drop everything and I'd go watch them. And I couldn't get into the room because it was packed solid. But there was a little peephole up in the office upstairs when I'd go and look through that. And then I'd go back down to the bar afterwards, and people were all angry. "Hey, where were you? Where were you?" So yeah. So and by the way, I was the worst bartender ever. I never bartended before. The main bartender liked me. We became friends, and he got me a job there. But I thought the more alcohol you added to a drink, the more they would like it. That was a college mentality. So I'd always give like seltzer waters on the side.
In particular, I think that's an East Coast college mentality. The more drinking, the better. Well, we're talking about television. Not too long ago, we had Mark Malkoff on the show, the author of the new book, Love, Johnny Carson. And I didn't realize until I read that book that there weren't very many people who made it to the couch with their first stand-up on Carson. You were one of those people. So you nailed it in all that learning that you did over those years. What was that experience for you?
Well, I can tell you, there's never been a bigger natural high for me since I started this business. through everything, through Saturday Night Live, through Weeds, through Adam Sandler films or performing live at places, anything. I mean, that because I wanted to be a stand-up. That's all I wanted. And to do the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson validated you. And it was very rare to get, and I never even expected I would get to be called over to talk to him afterwards. And it's kind of a tricky dismount from your act because you don't want to look over there too much to see if he's calling you over. You just want to look and see him give you a little okay sign, hey, that was great. So he did that to me, and I thought, well, I'm happy enough with just that stand-up. I mean, it crushed, and people were just a lot of applause breaks. And I went back, and the talent segment, segment coordinator said, "You did great. You did great. Okay, here, stay here. I think Johnny's going to want to talk to you." And they're on the commercial break, and I was already in this incredible fantasy haze of what I had just done, and now going up for more. And then I got some good zingers off there, and on top of that, I bumped one of the actresses that was supposed to be on after me because I got so much applause and laughter. And she was really cute. And I was single at the time, and she was too. And afterwards, I didn't like ask her for her number or anything because I never did that. I was just too shy. And so my friend calls me, another comic afterwards. He goes, "Hey, what's the idea of you bumping my friend?" And I said, "Oh, that's your friend? She's really cute." I said, "Is she single?" She goes, "Yeah, yeah." He goes, "Well, we should go double date sometime." So we did, and then we started dating for like 6 months. But that day was a real big day for me in those two ways.
I can only imagine, and to nail it on the couch too. I had never really thought about that. You would think you would leave it all on the table when you're doing the stand-up, but then to still have enough to go up, to be with him there. My goodness.
Are you talking about nailing on the couch with the girl or
No.
with the nice? Oh,
No.
Okay, I got you.
No.
I was going to say, man, what kind of show is this?
No, this is NPR. This is not where we go until after dark.
Okay.
To be able to still muster jokes with Carson. Well,
I had a couple in my pocket, and there was no preparation at all what he was going to ask me, and it just flowed. It just flowed, and it was just so perfect. And I mean, I couldn't talk. To this day, I'm still floating from that.
I'm speaking with Kevin Nealon, whose latest stand-up special is titled Loose in the Crotch, and he performs at the Wilbur this Saturday. You just mentioned that you had no sights set on sketch comedy and SNL. How different are they? Because for some, it might seem the same. They're both comedy. They're both live. They both have audiences. Are they fundamentally different?
Well, I never had my sights set on sketch comedy. I never had any interest at all in Saturday Night Live. And so when I got it, it was a happy surprise for me. But I didn't know how to do sketches or write sketches or do characters because I was just a stand-up guy. And so I had to learn all that when I went to New York. And, comedy is comedy. You want to get the laughs, and there's a lot of different ways to get it. So the end game is getting the laughs. So I did learn how to do all that. And it was very interesting to be doing it live on TV. And I think I kind of acclimated to it easier than some people because I was used to performing live in venues. And so for me, it was kind of a natural segue. And the learning how to write sketches and characters came along, as I got more and more into the show.
It's interesting because I and so many others consider your era of Saturday Night Live to be so fundamental to the life of that show and to our growing up and our experience of the show. But you've pointed out that when you first joined, it was dicey days for SNL, that it was on the possibly verge of being canceled, which seems so incomprehensible.
Yeah, I mean, we lived out of our suitcases every week because we weren't sure if it's going to get canceled. And it was very, very nerve-wracking. And, every Monday they go, "Oh, we're still on? Okay. All right, we'll come in and start writing some more stuff." I'm sorry, I'm vertical on this. Should I have it sideways? Too late now.
No, it's too late now. But unfortunately, we're not able to live stream this segment anyway, so which is good because people couldn't see me blushing for the comment. You're just thinking I was talking about the actress. So, did you have the sense when you were with all of those people that you all were onto something good, or is it just you're just constantly churning out? You can't stop and think about it.
Well, we were all excited to be there because all we had in mind was the original cast: John Belushi and Chevy Chase, Gilda, all those people, and to be sharing this one stage. It was like the Improv. I was going to be on the stage with Andy Kaufman and Albert Brooks and Steve Martin. So this was kind of like a whole other excitement. And I remember right before I went on to do my first sketch, it was a character I wrote called Mr. Subliminal. Lorne Michaels, the creator of the show, he came up to me and we were during the commercial break right now. So I'm getting ready to go on to do my first sketch ever on that show. And he puts his hand on my shoulders and he goes, "Are you sure this is what you want?" And the answer was, I never put that much thought into if this is what I want. I wanted to be a stand-up, and I complained about that all the time on that show. I wanted to be a stand-up. Why do I have to do this? But yeah, it was pretty spectacular experience for me. And as far as other performers on there, some of them others like Dana Carvey was also a stand-up comedian, so I think he slid into a little more. And he came in with some characters. And Victoria Jackson was also a stand-up and a gymnast, and so I don't think she was that threatened. But other people like Jan Hooks, they had never done live TV she did sketch work and stuff in Atlanta, but terrified. They're all terrified. And Phil Hartman did the Groundlings, so he was used to it. Nora Dunn was there the year before, so she wasn't that nervous about it. And John Lovitz, same thing. He was there the year before too. And Dennis Miller was there. Yeah. So there was a couple of freshmen last year, and then now they're sophomores, and we're just coming in as freshmen.
Well, now you're all graduates, and so for the recent SNL 50th, what was it like to be back with everybody and just be in the room and seeing all that history?
I felt like a pedestrian off the street and starstruck. I never get over being starstruck by entertainers that I'm big fans of. I'm standing in a circle talking to a few people, some of the current regulars on SNL, and Eddie Murphy comes in, and he comes right over to our little circle and joins us. And I know why he did that too. Not that he wanted to, but because he didn't want to be standing alone, and he wanted to look like he was part of a conversation. At least that's what I think. That's what I would have done.
Yeah.
So like Eddie Murphy's there, and and Paul McCartney. Paul McCartney, I knew because he had hosted or had been the musical act when I was there during my time, and then I saw him at the 40th anniversary, and he tapped me on the shoulder and he said, "Hey, how you doing?" Because we had shared some common interests together, and I sat with his wife Linda McCartney at the time at a table during one of the after parties, and so now cut to the 50th anniversary. And he's talking to Conan O'Brien after party. And I think, oh, Paul's going to be happy to see me. I'll go over and say hi to him. So, and I hate this when this happens, when somebody comes up to you when you're having a conversation, especially with somebody that you're a big fan of, and they cut in, and they take over the whole conversation. And then you're like, you don't even exist there anymore, especially if it's somebody bigger than you. And I did the exact same thing that I hate. I came in, I said, "Hey, Paul," and Conan was gracious enough to back away. And, but I talked to Paul for maybe 30 seconds, the same stuff he hears all the time, I'm sure. You can't say anything new. And it's almost like he didn't know me from before.
Oh,
I'm sure
awful.
he did. I'm sure he did, but he's just standing there and people that come up to him. And how many times does he have to hear, God, what was it like with all the Beatle attention and Shea Stadium, whatever it is? How did you write Penny Lane? And he did a song on there called Golden Slumbers, which is really one of my favorite Beatles songs. And I said, I'm so glad. I said, "Hey, Paul, how you doing? Good to see you." Hello. I said, "I'm so glad you did Golden Slumbers tonight. It's really one of my favorite songs." He goes, "Well, Lorne wanted me to do it." I said, "Oh, well, still, I'm sure you had a lot of other songs you could have fallen back on, right? I mean, you've gotten other hits too. And I don't think he got that. And then out of the blue, he goes, "Oh, I want to introduce you to my niece over there. Nephew." And he brings me over to this group of guys that are like 6 foot tall, don't even look, anything like Paul McCartney. And we joined the circle, and he didn't introduce me. And I'm looking around, I turn around, he's gone. That's his thing. That's how he gets rid of small talkers.
So now you can adopt that as well for the next time it happens to you.
Oh, I am so close to doing that right now.
All right, then we will leave it there.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Well, coincidentally, we're out of time. But Kevin Nealon, it's been really fun to speak with you. And I barely scratched the surface, so hopefully we'll do this again soon.
Oh, yeah, anytime. And I'm excited to be at the Wilbur. It's been a long time since I've been there. And I love New England. I grew up in Connecticut, and Boston is one of my favorite towns. And right now I'm up in southern Maine.
Oh, very nice. Yeah. Well, I look forward to it. Thank you so much for being here, and good luck with the show. Not that you need it, but good luck with the show on Saturday.
Oh, I could always use luck.
All right.
Okay. Thanks, man.
Thanks
for having me.
Kevin Nealon's latest stand-up special is titled Loose in the Crotch, and he performs at the Wilbur this Saturday. To get tickets, go to the Wilbur's website. Coming up, Laurie Anderson brings her singular imagination to the Berkshires, reshaping her world at Mass MoCA and taking over Tanglewood for 4 days of music, stories, and sound. She's next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
The number of wild tigers in Nepal has been rising thanks to conservation efforts that have brought them back from the brink of extinction.
Our target was actually 250, and we achieved 355.
But those wild tigers can pose a danger to the humans who live alongside them when they mistake people for prey. That's next time on The World.
This afternoon at 3, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Morningside Music Bridge, returning to Boston. The summer program shines a spotlight on young classical musicians from around the world, with concerts now through August 7th at New England Conservatory. mmb.international.
Support for GBH comes from you and GM Roth Design Remodeling.
Our business at GM Roth is very much based on trust and confidence, much like delivering fact-based news here at GBH.
Dean Rasco, Director of Marketing.
After hearing us on GBH, they kind of come in with this assumption that we share the same core values, and it's all about really trying to design the best remodeling project for those specific people.
To learn how GBH can benefit your business, visit gbh.org/sponsorship.
Wherever you are, you can stream GBH 89.7 on the GBH News app. From your kitchen to your commute, stay connected with expert interviews and trusted local news. Download the GBH News app today on the App Store or Google Play.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show live on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News. Arrived in 1981 and still sounds like a transmission from the future, with host Superman Laurie Anderson turned an electronically altered voice and a meditation on love, technology, and American power and into an unlikely pop hit. A defining artist of New York's experimental downtown, Anderson has carried performance art onto the pop charts, into concert halls, and throughout major museums around the world. She reveals the absurdity, menace, and mystery of modern life. This summer, the Berkshires offers something close to the full Laurie Anderson experience. At Mass MoCA, she has a long-term installation now featuring new work that brings war, environmental danger, and the growing difficulty of knowing what to believe into a space she has been shaping and rebuilding for nearly a decade. And from August 13th through the 16th, Anderson makes her Tanglewood debut with a 4-day residency that addresses America, its myths, wars, and possibilities. She begins with the sentiments of Amelia Earhart, draws on the sound world of her late husband Lou Reed, and closes with the Republic of Love, an evening of music and storytelling examining the country's past and present. Laurie Anderson, it is such an honor to have you with us today. Thank you. Welcome to the Culture Show.
Thanks a lot. Great to be here.
Well, you obviously, we all know that you're a woman who has always, and an artist who has always moved forward. But what is it to have this moment of the full Laurie Anderson experience and this concentration of your work in the Berkshires?
I'm not good at looking at anything that way. So I'm just, the way I'm looking at it is I hope I can finish the new piece that I'm working on by the time that it's presented. So I'm just working on a very brand new one called What War Is This? What Time Is It? And it's really challenging, because I was asked to do, this in the context of a celebration of the Declaration of Independence. And have you read that thing lately?
You know what? I have not read it from beginning to end. Certainly a lot of
Neither
experts
have I.
talked about.
Yeah, neither have I. And I thought I'd better read it, so I did. And it's, when in the course of human events, it's a really grand, beautiful document about the things that we are self-evident, the truths that we hold to be self-evident. And you read these things and you're like, it's wild, because it starts with these 27 grievances. It's about the king. And so, the king has rigged the courts. The king has gotten his own army that he's paying for himself. The king has dissolved the Congress. And you're like, this sounds awfully familiar.
Yeah.
What is this? The new enthronement? I don't know. So it's really been challenging to write about independence at this moment and the celebration of independence. So I'm trying to look at it from a few different angles, because it's got, we have a long history of going back and forth with these issues of human rights. So and how do you as a journalist keep up with this stuff, because it's changing every 5 minutes?
Well, I can tell you it's incredibly complicated. In my case, on the Culture Show, we rely heavily on artists like you to help us shape, to be able to step back and help shape this moment or understand this moment a bit more. And how are you doing that sonically as you work on this piece?
I really love stringed instruments. And they just have this kind of soulful thing going on. So I'm going to be working with a 27-piece string orchestra, part of the Boston Symphony, and also with 3 violas. So that the evening on the 13th will be in 2 parts. So first will be a version of Amelia, and this is the story of Amelia Earhart and her flight around the world, her very ambitious trip, and which ended in a crash. And when I get to think about it, a lot of my things are ending in crashes. There's a Moby Dick. I did a big thing about that. Ship sunk.
Yeah.
Amelia plane down. It's like it's kind of. I've also written a lot of things about being on a plane that crashes. So I don't know. It might be some kind of a theme, I guess.
Well, if you've experienced that up close as you have, I can only imagine how that shapes a person.
I did, yeah. I was in a plane crash, and that was wild. And it is a feeling of that you can't describe, really, just falling out of the sky. That's wild. Anyway, so in this evening, there's going to be Amelia in the first half, and the story of her trip around the world told through some electronics, some smaller string ensembles, and the orchestra, conducted by a great friend of mine called Dennis Russell Davies, and he's a really wonderful conductor. The second half of the evening will be this brand new, if I finish it, piece about Well, I guess war and independence and that will also have 9 short pieces for the Boston Symphony and a thing that I'm really enthusiastic about lately, especially, is this trio of violas. And you'd think like 1 viola is a lot, and 3 is really a lot. But it sounds so great. It's Avon Kong and Martha Mook and me playing our violas, and I think also you can see or hear the viola in the orchestra things, because I write music on the violin and viola, so you'll hear all these fifths and you'll hear these open strings kind of resonating. So it sounds different than if it were made on a piano.
Well,
although I always envy these composers who are sitting at their pianos with all the pictures of their inspirational people, like their Beethoven and their dog and their dead grandma, and they just play thinking about them, looking at the pictures. It's so nice to play for people,
Well, I love that you just said that, because I want to ask about your process, which I am so curious about now that you describe it this way, now that you also confide in us that you're rushing up against your deadline. But how do you work and how do you write?
Deadlines, hell. I depend on deadlines. They really focus you. I never mean to go right up to the deadline, but I often do. And as a consequence, I've never really finished anything, ever. I never felt like, well, that says it all. I never feel like that. I just feel like I tried my best. I just kind of abandoned it at some point. I have never once in any projects that I've ever done felt that's it. So I guess maybe it's just a kind of trick that you play on yourself to make yourself keep going and try to make more stuff or think about things, but that's my method, as much as I can tell you about it.
And is it always a finite ending that you move on to? Do you ever have an inclination to revisit something, or to go back and attempt to lengthen it, if not finish it?
Well, Amelia is a really good example of that, because I made this first version of this for full orchestra a very long time ago, in 2000. It was totally different. It's unrecognizable from then, but it was meant to be the story of Amelia. And I didn't know how to orchestrate, so I thought, I'm going to just give it a shot. How hard could it be? Oh, well, really hard. Turns out it didn't sound like any. I don't know. It was pretty bad. But Dennis, he's a very encouraging person, and he said, look, I think there are some really good things in there. Let me orchestrate it for just strings. And he did that, and that's the core of what this is going to be on at Tanglewood. So there, and it's also, since I started it, there have been lots of other revelations about her life and claims to find her playing, and sort of revisionist views of her, particularly in terms of her husband, who was very okay. Here's the thing: she married her PR agent.
Yeah,
she married a press agent. So that's just a lot. It was kind of a handshake deal. She said, "I want to go around the world." He said, "I'll marry you." And she was the original blogger. She would stop at every single place and tell you how she felt and what she was wearing and what the weather was like and how much gas she had, and she would confide in. Especially, she was doing a lot of these as kind of a correspondent for women's magazines. So she'd go, "Ladies, I'm up here in my cockpit, very much like you in your kitchen with all of that equipment everywhere." I'm like, yeah, very few kitchens are at 20,000 feet, with nothing below you. But she was always trying to relate to women and girls, and I really admire that a lot, because she was really encouraging in that way to girls, and she in fact had a bunch of programs that she was going to do after this last flight to encourage girls to go into engineering, and she had all of these things set up that were never figured out, and you look around now and aren't that many places that really encourage women to be engineers or pilots or things like that. And this is her plane crashed in 1937. You know, it's been a long time of thinking like, oh, maybe her dream for girls and women will and technology will have some fruit, but I haven't really seen that happen. And lately also, I just really seriously feel, in addition to having some women make some progress, I also feel a backlash coming on from the swing to the right is often a situation that does not really encourage women to stride forward, let's say.
It does seem that narrative is swelling. I'm speaking with Laurie Anderson. Her long-term installation is on view at Mass MoCA, and she is making her Tanglewood debut August 13th through 16th with a series of performances and experiences, as we've been talking about. If I could shift to Mass MoCA for a moment, how do you see that space where your work, as we've been talking about, continues to evolve, and you have the freedom there to go back and contribute new work and have this live, essentially?
You know, I always dreamed of a place where you wouldn't have to just put the work on the wall, but you could come back and like do touch-ups on it. And this is it. This is it, because it's an ongoing show, a project in which there are many, many different facets. And it's was started by Joe Thompson and continued by Christy Edmonds, and they're both really visionary people. So it's been pretty wild to be able to have this platform. Mass MoCA does so many different kinds of things. They do concerts, they do raves, they do exhibitions, they do talks and dances and theater and music and you know, kind of everything. So it's really my kind of place, because they don't kind of go, this is a museum and we don't do music in a museum, you know, what stuff like that.
Well, it's also extraordinary scale for you too, especially as we're seeing right now in this image of your canoe and language and text and how it can just envelop a person.
Oh yeah, yeah. This was a room that we made after there was a VR piece that I made, and they are very hard to maintain. You get the goggles on and all of these things, and that was there for maybe 3 years, and it was really fun. It was cool, but I thought, well, could you do that in paint? You know, so this is an experiment of trying to make a kind of immersive environment without technology, just with paint.
Well, Laurie Anderson, I feel like I have so many more questions for you. I hope that we'll be able to have another conversation in the future. But thank you so much for being here with us today. And we are so excited, again, as we're calling it the Laurie Anderson Experience in the Berkshires, coming up very shortly. But I guess we'll give you more time to work on the piece now.
Oh, thanks a lot. Yeah. I'll be seeing you all. All right.
Thanks, you so much. Likewise.
Bye-bye.
Laurie Anderson's long-term installation is on view at Mass MoCA, where she has added new work to the gallery she has been shaping since 2017. She makes her Tanglewood debut August 13th through the 16th with a series of performances and experiences, including Amelia and What War Is This, as we discussed. Thank you for listening to another edition of The Culture Show. Tune in tomorrow or join us live at the Boston Public Library for our Wednesday watch party. We'll be revisiting Terminator 2 Judgment Day, which turns 35 this year. The Culture Show crew is Max Chow-Gillette, Kate Dellis, and Chelsea Mers. Our interns are Katie McCabe and Adina Velasquez. Our engineer is Bill Piacitelli, and Patrick Lally produced our YouTube live stream. Join us tomorrow. I'm Jared Bowen. Have a great day.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
GBH's All Things Considered is coming up this afternoon at